Hey dreamers, thank you for choosing this calming story to fall asleep to. Like most of my therapeutic stories, this isn't scripted. I just absorb myself in the experience and narrate what's unfolding before me. And as the story begins, so the video will transition to a black screen, and for those who find it helpful to settle down before tonight's bedtime story, I'll begin with a relaxation process. And if you don't need this, you can use the chapters to skip straight to the story. And if you'd like to support what I do here, please consider subscribing and perhaps sharing a few thoughts in the comments. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to count down from 10 in the background. And while I count down from 10, you can have a sense of a healing light passing slowly and softly through your body, healing and softening the muscles, and calming the mind. From 10, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the face, around the jaw, relaxing those muscles around your temple and your forehead, gently smoothing those muscles out, calming, softening, so peaceful. Nine, just allowing that relaxation to slowly work its way around the back of your head, relaxing down the back of your neck, perhaps tingling so gently with peace and comfort. And with each out-breath that you take, you can perhaps find yourself relaxing deeper and deeper asleep. And as you relax deeper and deeper asleep, I don't know whether it's the sound of my voice that helps you drift deeper asleep, or whether it's the spaces between my words. Eight. And as that relaxation moves with the next out-breath, down your neck, around your neck, deep within you, drifting, floating, deeper and more peacefully relaxed. Seven, that relaxation can move down those arms, around your shoulders and your shoulder blades. Softening and relaxing the muscles. Perhaps making those arms begin to feel heavier and heavier, just as the eyelids can feel heavier and more relaxed. 6. With that relaxation moving down those arms, it can begin to reach the fingertips, bringing a deep sense of comfort and peace to those fingers. 5. Relaxing down around the chest, the upper back, and deep within you. And the relaxation can continue to move down to your stomach, your lower sides, and your lower back, softening, relaxing, so calmly as a mind and body. 4. With the relaxation moving down around your bottom and around your legs, carefully moving down towards your feet. 3. Moving all the way down those legs, deeper and deeper, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm, taking you to a place in your mind where you drift deeper and deeper asleep so easily and effortlessly, where your mind is so calm and peaceful, where sleep seems to just draw you in, where the mind slows right down. That's it. 2. As that relaxation spreads around the lower legs, around the ankles and down into the feet. 1. Feeling that relaxation as it flows through your whole body like a wave of peace and comfort. And you know the process of sleep involves the body relaxing fully as the mind begins to drift almost into its own reverie before passing into pleasant dreams. And as you continue listening to this, and we move into the story, so you can sleep deeply and sleep well all night long. And in this sleep story, you're walking through an orchard at twilight, hearing the dull thud of each footstep on the soil beneath your feet. And the soft rustling of the leaves on the trees as the wind calmly blows a breeze. Noticing the air cooling as the sun sets. And the way the sky is changing colour from blue through to shades of purple, then reds and oranges, before all colour drains out of the sky, leaving behind the most beautiful dusting of stars dancing gently overhead on a moonless night. And you continue walking, songs of the birds all but gone, now replaced by the chirping of crickets as they rub their wings together, the song calmly rising and falling, almost undulating on the breeze as crickets' chirps drift in and out of synchrony. And after a while of walking through the fresh, cool countryside air, you could notice the lights of your cabin gradually come into view. And the more inky black the clear sky gets, the cooler the air gets. And although calming and beautiful outside at night time, you look forward to getting into the warmth of your cabin. And as you approach the cabin, you reach a gate into your garden. You unlatch the gate. You swing the gate gently open, turning as you pass through the gate, and carefully closing it behind you. Walking through the garden and up a step to your front door. You carefully fumble around in your pockets with cold fingers for your keys, feeling the metal of the keys and instinctively working the keys into position in your fingers, even as you're pulling the keys from your pocket, ready to open the front door. Fingers slightly numb as they grip the key, jabbing and scraping around the lock slightly clumsily, until the key finds the keyhole and slides in, feeling the sensation of that key entering the door in small jumps as the serrated edge of the key pushes and works its way past the lock pins until it's fully embraced by the lock. You turn the key, unlocking the door, before twisting the handle, slowly opening the door and instantly feeling the warmth from within the cabin, wafting out from the gentle glow to greet your face, like a pet being excited about your arrival home. You place your keys into a small pot beside the front door. You take off your shoes, placing them down against the wall by the door. Shimmy your way out of your jacket, twisting it around and hanging it among a few other jackets on a hook, about head height on the wall by the front door, and walk from the entrance space across the soft, thick, warm carpet towards the kitchen area. And in the kitchen area, you fill the kettle with enough water for a single drink. Turn the kettle on and head over to the fireplace, placing a couple of logs into the fireplace and poking at the calming, glowing embers, enticing them to dance up to the logs. You watch as a few of the embers take hold of the log, and the fire begins to slowly crackle to life. As the kettle begins to bubble loudly behind you in the kitchen, before switching itself off. And you head back through to the kitchen. Pour yourself a hot drink and decide to sit for a moment in the chair beside the fire, drinking the drink before making dinner. And you sink into that most comfortable chair, wrapping your hands around the mug, feeling the warmth permeating your palms and fingertips as you move the mug slowly and carefully towards your mouth, your out-breaths encouraging a stream of warm water vapor to rise up and linger on your cheeks. And with each sip of the drink, you can feel the warmth of the liquid travelling down into your body, warming your body and calming your muscles. Your breathing slowing as you relax deeper and deeper without even trying. And once you feel that your hands have warmed up nicely and you've drunk a little of that warm drink, you place the mug down next to an old novel on a small coffee table beside you. You pick up the novel, feeling the texture of the cover between your fingertips, the weight of the novel in your hand, getting a slight hint of the old book smell lingering under your nose. You turn to your bookmarked page and decide to read a few chapters as you finish your drink before making your dinner. And with each sip of your drink, you can have a sense of its healing power, warming and calming your mind and body. And you open the book and begin to read. And it only takes a few pages of reading for you to find yourself deeply absorbed in the story once again. Almost as if you start off consciously reading, paying attention to each word, and then at some unknown point, you become one with the story. You no longer feel like you're reading, but rather you're experiencing the story as it unfolds, discovering that it's just unfolding automatically around you, with your mind playing out the story, almost as if it's a real experience. And the story is about a princess who drank a magical potion which they believed would make others see them how they see themselves. The princess felt that others didn't take her seriously. All they saw was a privileged child, someone who didn't understand the world, and although now a young adult, they're still treated like a child. She feels that she presents ideas to people and they almost seem to humour her. They listen and then metaphorically pat her on the head and tell her what a good idea, before continuing on as if she hadn't said anything. She felt that whenever she shared her opinions and thoughts, that people just dismiss them as stupid or don't even listen in the first place. All she wants is to be heard and treated as an equal. After drinking the potion, she sets off on a journey from the palace to the town hall in the heart of the nearby city. Most of the duration of the journey is actually just travelling through the grounds of the palace. The palace is surrounded by vast swathes of meadows and woodland. It takes about half a day's travel by horse and carriage just to clear the palace grounds before passing through an ornate marble arch out onto the road to the city. The princess climbs into a glass carriage before the carriage pulls away from the palace. Two horses pulling the carriage, clipping and clopping away from the palace and into the surrounding grounds. From within the carriage, the princess gazes out over the landscape, the rolling hills and meadows. the distant woodland, the most beautiful blue sky and occasional wispy clouds. A buzzard circling high overhead, catching an updraft of warm air. A family of deer chowing down on the meadow grasses. The soft scent of wild flowers working their way to the princess's nostrils, evoking happy memories of times long past. The carriage continues on through the palace grounds, as the sun continues on ambling across the sky. While the carriage gently rocks its way through the landscape, the princess turns away from the view to read a book for a time. She reads her favourite book, one which she has read dozens of times since childhood, about a snow angel. And snow angels are formed from the most delicate snowflakes, each flake resting gently on other flakes. And as they melt slightly when the sun is at just the right angle in the sky, the kind of angle which makes snow glisten and sparkle with magic, the tips of some of those unique and individual snowflakes melt together. And when this happens just right, the resulting structure begins to sparkle and glow with magic, and a small snow angel is born. And these snow angels have one purpose: to go throughout the land, whispering kind thoughts into the minds of children and adults who believe. They bring hope and joy to the minds of those they communicate with. The snow angel in this story was drawn to a princess who lived in a palace in the heart of a distant land. The princess felt alone, trapped by rules and the expectations others had on her. When her carriage would pass through the land, as her parents carried out their duty, she could see other children playing with each other, yet she'd never played with another child. She didn't know what that experience was like, and dreamt of being able to laugh and play like the children she saw. As the carriage passed through the town, she would hear children saying how much they would love to be a princess. She was here wishing to be like them, just as they were wishing to be like her. And one day this snow angel visited the princess. They shared thoughts of playing with other children. The princess became lost in the reverie, playing out in her mind. And on waking from her reverie, she had a thought. She needed to have a party for her next birthday, and all of the children in the land should be invited. She asked her parents whether she could have a party, but they refused, telling her that she's a princess. She doesn't mix with those people. As she started to lose hope, the snow angel shared thoughts of a future where her parents will allow her to have the party. They just needed to know why this was important. The angel visited the parents as they slept and began to implant dreams of their daughter and of what would bring their daughter happiness, and how they can bring their daughter joy. The angel continued the dreams into the daughter being grown up and the skills she has and how loved she is by all because of her playing and interacting with others when she was a child. The next morning, the parents tell their daughter that she can have the party. She designs the invitations herself before sending them to the royal printer. Every child in the land receives an invitation, and all but one responds to say that they'll attend. One response, from a young boy, says that he's unable to attend because he's too busy. He has to work to provide for his family, to care for his mum. The princess has never had to do any of these things and doesn't at first understand. She'd never thought about children having to work or having to care for their parents. She'd grown up where her parents don't work, and if anyone needs caring for, staff do that. She learns from her parents that everyone in the kingdom pays them money, but they don't get anything in return. Her parents tell her that this is the way things have always been. They are royalty. This makes them special. They explain that everyone is born into their position in life and that that position is where they're meant to be, which is why they were born into it. The princess doesn't understand or believe this. If people are born to people who are born to people in certain situations, then if everyone treats it as this is the way things have always been and so must be, then her family will always be in this position and everyone else will always be in their positions. She felt that that doesn't seem like people are born into a position they were meant to be born to live in, but rather people are born into the only position possible to them. The snow angel continues to give hope, and the princess sees that there could be hope not just for her, but for those in the land. She encourages her parents to share the wealth, to help improve the lives of those in their kingdom with the money they give. And years later, when it's the princess ruling the kingdom, she's much loved for helping the community and giving everyone the opportunity to have the life that they want to lead. And the princess enjoys reading and rereading this book, seeing it as inspirational. She wishes that real life was like that and has taken this magic potion to try to be taken more seriously, and perhaps she can change things for people like the princess in the story. And the carriage passes into the woodland, beams of light dancing through the canopy, illuminating dust motes. And it takes many hours before finally making it out of the woodland and onto the road leading to the city. As the carriage climbs over the last hill before the city skyline gradually rises into view. A patchwork of buildings surrounded by a large stone wall. Approaching the city, the carriage passes over a broad wooden bridge which stretches across a wide river and waterfall, the sound of which rumbles into the carriage, along with a little soft, cool, watery spray. And almost as soon as the carriage passes through the city walls, and the sound of hustle and bustle can be heard, with people busily darting around the streets, a place of life and activity with almost too much to look at. The princess wonders whether her brain can keep up with the amount of information her eyes are taking in. And eventually, the carriage arrives at the town hall. The carriage comes to a halt. The driver can be heard climbing down and walking to the carriage door, before opening the door, reaching a hand out to support the princess as she climbs out of the carriage and onto the street. The princess walks to the front of the carriage to pat the horses, thanking them for their work before heading into the town hall. As she enters the town hall, her footsteps echo through the building. She walks to the room a meeting is being held in and pushes the doors to the room open. As the doors open, so everyone in the room goes quiet. The chair stands up. They watch as the princess walks around the rectangle of tables to her seat and sits down. And once she's seated, so the chair sits back down and begins to talk. Not the chatter they were having before the princess entered, but now focusing on what the meeting is actually about. And all the people in this room have been elected by people throughout the kingdom to represent their individual communities. However, they've been arguing and not coming together as a group, which hasn't been beneficial for anyone. The princess wants to change that. She wants them to all work together for the betterment of the kingdom. Once it's her opportunity to speak, she gives a rousing and passionate speech about community, about coming together and working together, about best representing those who put you here by finding common ground and starting from where they all agree, and looking at how they can be helpful to each other, rather than focusing on what they can get for themselves. She explains about how each of their communities that they represent want certain things for their specific community. But by arguing and just focusing on what I want, when in many cases many of the communities want very similar things, they could be focusing on what can we do to achieve this for all of us. And she's holding her favourite book that she'd been reading in the carriage. And she shares an overview of that book, sharing the points from the story that are relevant to this situation. She shares her vision for the future of the kingdom and how this can only happen if we all work together for everyone. And everyone in the room sits quietly listening and seems engaged and moved by what the princess says. And after the meeting, everyone present gets to mingle and have drinks and eat sandwiches and biscuits before people start to say their goodbyes to each other, and eventually the princess leaves. She heads back to the carriage and begins the long journey back to the palace. And she's surprised by how well everyone listened to her. She was so happy to have drunk that potion. Maybe there's now hope for the future of the kingdom. Perhaps it'll become the kingdom she dreams that it will be. And by the time her carriage arrives back at the palace, it's now dark. She heads into the palace, kicks off her shoes and rests in the most comfortable chair. The potion bottle she drank from earlier is still sitting on a small table by the chair. She picks up the bottle and there's still a small amount of the potion left in that bottle. She wonders how long taking the potion lasts for. It lasted long enough for her to do well and be taken seriously at the meeting. But would its effects last a day or 2 days, perhaps a week or maybe even longer? She looked at the bottle to see if the small print revealed how long its effects lasted. But all she could see was the ingredients. She noticed something odd about them. There was only one ingredient: water. And next to the ingredient was a sentence in brackets: powered by belief. She thought to herself, smiling, as a realization popped into her mind. And you continue reading the story through those last few pages to the conclusion of this novel, before realizing the rest of your drink had now gone cold. You've been sitting here reading for over an hour. The fire is in full flow in the fireplace. The cabin is comfortable and warm. You take your mug to the kitchen, pour away the last of the cold drink before beginning dinner. Putting on a pot of water, placing a little oil in the water and giving that water a gentle stir. And as the water is heating up, you chop various ingredients, the smell of which dances within your nostrils, tickling your taste buds. You begin to cook and blend the ingredients together in a frying pan, hearing it calmly hiss as you move the ingredients around with a wooden spoon. As the water begins to boil, so you place spaghetti into that water, fanning it out and watching as it starts to relax, go loose and limp and sink gently into the water. And while the spaghetti's cooking, you continue to stir the food in the frying pan. And once the spaghetti has completely submerged, you use a different wooden spoon to move the spaghetti around, just to make sure it doesn't stick or clump up. It doesn't take long for the food to be cooked. As it approaches completion, you get a large plate which curves gently up around the edges. You drain the water from the saucepan and place the spaghetti onto your plate, using a fork to carefully shape it into a nest. You pour the bolognese into the middle and decide whether to add cheese or not this time, before heading to a table and enjoying your dinner. And after dinner, you head outside briefly to get some fresh air. Gazing out across your garden, you can see the patchwork of stars peppered across the sky, feeling the stillness, noticing how more stars come into view as your eyes adapt to the dark. You sit on a bench which leans against the wall of your cabin, just out of the cool, slight breeze. And occasionally you hear a chirp of a songbird and wonder whether perhaps it's dreaming, and that it's like a bird talking in its sleep. You can still hear the crickets rubbing their wings together, calling out for a mate, and from time to time you notice shooting stars streak across the sky. And after giving time to rest and let your food go down, you head back into the cabin. Relax by the fire a little longer until you feel yourself becoming tired. And as your eyes get heavier and heavier, and the fire has once again burned down to the faintest of glows, you head to bed, settle down into that most comfortable bed, feeling that it's just the right temperature for you to fall asleep. And as your mind drifts and floats into the most pleasant dreams, so you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to count down from 10. And while I count down from 10, you can imagine a healing light passing slowly through your body, healing and softening the muscles and calming the mind. From 10, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the face, around the jaw. Relaxing the muscles around your temple and your forehead. Smoothing those muscles out so calmly, so peacefully. 9. As that relaxation begins to work its way around the back of your head, slowly and gently relaxing down the back of your neck. Perhaps almost tingling with peace and deep relaxation. And with each out-breath that you take, you can find yourself relaxing deeper and deeper asleep. And as you continue to relax deeper and deeper asleep, I don't know whether it's the sound of my voice that helps you drift deeper and more relaxed, or whether it's the spaces between my words. Eight. As that relaxation moves with the next out-breath, slowly, softly down your neck, around your neck and deep within you, drifting, floating deeper and more peacefully relaxed. 7. With that relaxation moving down those arms and around those shoulders and around the shoulder blades, softening and relaxing the muscles. Perhaps you notice the arms beginning to feel heavier and heavier, in the same way that the eyelids can feel heavier and more relaxed as you drift peacefully asleep. 6. With that relaxation moving down those arms, it can begin to reach the fingertips, bringing comfort and peace to those fingers. 5. Relaxing down around the chest, the upper back, and deep within you. And the relaxation can move to your stomach, to your lower sides and your lower back, softening, relaxing, so calmly as a mind and a body. 4. With the relaxation moving down around your bottom and around your legs, carefully moving down towards your feet. 3. Moving all the way down those legs, deeper and deeper. Bringing a deep sense of peace and calm, taking you to a place in your mind where you drift deeper and deeper asleep, so easily and effortlessly, where your mind is so calm and peaceful, where sleep just seems to draw you in, where the mind slows right down. That's it. 2. As the relaxation spreads around the lower legs, down around the ankles and all the way down to the feet. 1. Feeling that relaxation flowing through your whole body like a wave of peace and comfort. And you know the process of sleep involves the body relaxing fully as the mind begins to drift and dream, almost into its own reverie, before passing into deep and restful sleep. And as you continue to listen to this and we move gently into the story, so you can sleep deeply and sleep well all night long. And as you comfortably sleep, I'm just going to tell this story in the background. And Pebbles is a young teddy bear with freckles across her nose and fluff growing out of her ears. And one day, Pebbles is out walking through a rainforest. Droplets of moisture hanging on the tips of her fur. Her padded feet softly pushing through the undergrowth. Sounds of the raindrops leaping from one leaf to another as they find their way to the forest floor. And sometimes Pebbles manages to pay all of her attention to a single raindrop and follow its course, bouncing on one leaf, sliding along the leaf, dropping to another leaf, the leaf waving a bit. Sometimes the leaf springing the water droplet up into the air as it somersaults off the leaf and splashes down onto another leaf, eventually finding its way to the forest floor. Other times, there's a breeze high up in the tops of the trees, and so many raindrops fall down through the trees that there's a cacophony of noise, of that pitter-patter of the raindrops as they all leap and dance, bounding their way down to the forest floor. And within the forest, there's a lot of moisture in the air, which is gathering on her fur. But she feels incredibly comfortable and so peaceful in this environment, enjoying the feeling of being out in nature. And while wandering through this forest, the light quite dark, as so little sunlight can make it through the canopy overhead. She sees some friendly bats hanging and sleeping in the trees, the branches gently swaying, causing the bats to gently rock back and forth. She sees some brightly coloured mushrooms on the ground, poking themselves up through the undergrowth. And while walking past, disturbing the air above those mushrooms, you can smell how sweet those mushrooms smell. Their sweet scent dancing within her nostrils. And Pebbles continues on through this rainforest until she finds what it is that she's seeking. A tree containing a door, and she walks up to that door. She knocks 3 times. Each knock echoes through the tree as if the tree's hollow. After the 3rd knock, she waits. She can hear some movement within the tree. And after a few moments, the door latch seems to release, and the door hangs slightly open. And she reaches for the door, pulls the door open, feeling the weight of the door as she does, steps inside and pulls that door closed. And there's a slight coolness in here and a faint glow, and the air is incredibly still. And she begins to descend a spiral staircase, descending deeper and deeper beneath this tree. And within the tree, the atmosphere is so calm and comfortable. And at the base of the spiral staircase, the area opens out into a vast cavernous space. And somehow this entire cavernous area is glowing with light. And Pebbles looks around and can't see any lights, and yet the whole space is illuminated. and she can see some people working at desks, and everyone going about their tasks. And she walks past a room full of people working, heads to a door at the back of the room, opens the door, and walks into another room. And this room appears to be made of metal. And she walks across the metal floor, her teddy bear feet padding their way across that metal. And this room has windows around 3 of the sides. And out of the window as she walks into the room, she can see the darkness of space. She can see the grey lunar landscape and the view of the Earth rising over the horizon. And in this room, people are working at computer consoles. And she walks over to a desk and sits down. She puts on a headset, turns on a computer, punches in some details, logging into the computer, sees a notification on the screen. She clicks the notification, reads a message on screen, and the message informs her that what they've been looking for has possibly been found. And attached to the message is a map and the location. And so Pebbles takes note of that location, heads to what looks almost like a large cupboard against one wall, walks into that space, places on a spacesuit, on her arm she punches in the details for the location and an image of that location. She does a final check of her suit and presses a button, and a door behind her closes. There's a gentle hissing sound before another door opens to the lunar surface. She walks out onto the lunar surface, presses a button on the outside. The door closes behind her. And she feels almost like she's walking in slow motion as she gently bounds her way across the lunar surface, heading over towards a rover When she reaches that rover, she boards the rover and straps herself in, starts up the vehicle, punches in the coordinates, and then accelerates away from the moon base. And she feels she's travelling for quite some time. And while travelling, the sun begins to poke its head around the edge of the earth, illuminating the moon. She pulls the visor down, continues on as the sun rises above the earth and rises above the moon. And while that sun continues to rise, a part of her attention is on admiring this sunrise, although she finds it does make seeing the earth more tricky in the glare of the sun. And she continues on, heading to those coordinates, and on arriving at the coordinates, she leaves the rover. She can see what looks like a cave, and it's the entrance to an old lava tube. And there are some people working at the outside of the cave, and they greet her as she arrives. And she walks past them, descending into the cave. And there are strip lights lining this cave. And they're gently pulsing in the direction deeper and deeper into the cave. And so she walks deeper into the cave until she finds a chamber. And within that chamber is what looks like a spacecraft, only nothing she's familiar with. And she walks over to the spacecraft and is told that they've gained entry. And it's an enormous spacecraft, seemingly embedded within the rocks here. They head up a ramp and into the spacecraft. And a short way into the spacecraft is what appears to be a makeshift tent. And it's actually a makeshift chamber where people can walk in, seal the chamber, match the atmosphere of the craft, open the other side of the chamber, closing it behind them, and then there's another chamber. They walk across that chamber, opening another entrance, finding themselves in the craft. And so Pebbles heads through and into the craft, removes her helmet in the craft, removes her gloves, places them into the helmet, holds on to the helmet and gloves, while looking around at the inside of this craft. And nothing about the craft seems familiar. The craft both seems highly futuristic and ancient at the same time. And so she finds her way around the craft to the person she's due to meet. And she meets that person. And they direct her to a tablet. And on that tablet seems to be unusual writing. And the tablet is made from a metal that almost feels soft to the touch. A little bit like handling clay. And she tries to gently scratch just one tiny corner of the tablet, but finds that although it feels soft like clay, and it looks like the unusual writing was scratched into the tablet, she's unable to mark it herself. Pebbles asks if anyone's been able to understand the writing, and they say that they'd scanned it into their computers, and the computer is just processing for patterns right now. And it takes a while for the computer to process and give a result. But eventually on the computer screen, up pops the tablet. And where the text is on the tablet is a translation. And this translation demonstrates one thing they already know, which is that aliens definitely exist. But another thing, that aliens had visited the Earth. And it says that this ship had run into some difficulties and had crashed onto the moon, and it had embedded itself into the surface of the moon. But the being that was on this craft, which is already quite a small ship apparently, had left in an emergency escape pod and headed to the planet Earth. And the computer, analysing that tablet, was able to understand the language, and so was able to create an augmented reality projection of any written areas within this craft. And so Pebbles put her helmet back on and projected on the inside of the helmet is an overlay of any text. And so she looks around and can see buttons, writing in different places and screens with writing. And she heads over to a console and types in on the console, unlocking it, and sees that there are some records about the mission that these aliens were on. They're observing the planet Earth and the evolving life forms on the planet. They were curious about how some of the life forms had begun to use tools. They'd begun to cover their bodies in furs and leaves, helping to protect them from the elements on the planet, allowing them to begin to spend more time in locations where conditions weren't so ideal. And although often those conditions were harsh, they were hardy creatures who continued to push forward, and they explored different areas. And so the aliens had set up bases. They were confident that the beings on the planet wouldn't understand who they were or any of their technology, or even that their technology is technology, and would perhaps just think that their bases were just rocks, not understanding what metal is. And so they didn't do much at the time to hide their bases. They just made sure that they could keep separate from the life forms here, so as not to be seen as other life forms and potentially cause any alarm. And these aliens come from a planet with very different gravity, and they exist around a planet, around a star that whips itself around a black hole. And the gravity where they came from is so intense that it took them an enormous amount of time to become advanced enough to be able to leave the planet's surface. The gravity was so intense, no chemical rocket would be able to leave the surface. And they suspected there were other civilizations out there, and wondered whether those other civilizations are also bound to their planets by the gravity of the planet, and whether it's at all possible for civilizations ever to make it into space. and they became increasingly advanced, until eventually they learned how to manipulate space-time, to be able to warp space-time, and essentially to generate gravity, or the absence of gravity. But they found that even a small change in the level of gravity was detrimental to their structure as beings. So they created suits, and those suits on the inside are like having their own gravitational field. Making it as if they're in an incredibly high pressure environment within the suits. And a side effect of these suits is that relative to beings and existence outside of the suit, time runs at a different speed. The heavy gravity on the inside of the suit means that they feel perfectly normal. But looking out of the suit at the passing worlds, it's as if everything is moving incredibly quick. And so when they visited Earth, to them it was as if everything on Earth was flashing by rapidly, and to everything on Earth, it was as if these beings lived almost an eternity. And for tens of thousands of years, the aliens managed to not make any mistakes, to keep themselves hidden. It was only when this alien crashed onto the moon, having left a large ship that was in orbit of the Earth, and their ship malfunctioned. And they had to take it down. The nearest and safest location from where they were was to the moon. And so they crashed onto the moon and left the moon in an escape pod towards the Earth. But then they had to get from the escape pod to the nearest settlement of the aliens. And humans had seen the glowing orb in the sky that crashed to Earth, and the being that left that orb, and the crater the orb left behind, and the scorched earth, and the orb emitted so much heat. They could feel the heat while at some distance from the orb, and the alien had to try and travel as fast as they could from their escape pod to the nearest community, and they were seen. And to the humans, it was like the alien was running in slow motion. And to the alien, it was like the humans and the wildlife was flashing by at high speed. And the alien found their way to the nearest community. But in Earth time, that meant that that alien was seen for an extended period of time out in the open, travelling to what looked just like an unusual rock. And Pebbles decided that their next course of action was to go and visit that location. There's no records on the ship beyond the alien explaining that they were heading down to the planet and sharing their journey back to the ship to the point of arriving at the settlement. After that, they'd stopped sending messages to the ship and had likely decided to leave the ship where it is. But Pebbles knew where they were situated back then, and wondered whether there's any evidence of that now. And the ship that was orbiting the planet has clearly left now, and she wondered when that happened. And so she found her way back through the ship, back through the airlock, back out into the tunnel, heading back to the surface of the moon, before travelling back to the moon base. Back at the moon base, she changed from her spacesuit, went to her console, typed on the console about what she'd found, what her next plan was, and then left the moon base. Found her way back to that rainforest. And she headed back through the rainforest, back to her home here in the rainforest. And while in her home, she did a little more research and made her plans. For getting to the location of that community of aliens. And she didn't expect the community to be there now. And also didn't expect to find any evidence that it was ever there. but she thought it worth having a look around. And once she was ready, she went into a portal room, opened a portal to the nearest portal stop to where she was heading, left the portal at that portal stop, and began her journey to a location that's now a vast savanna. And she had a device with her with the records she'd seen, showing where the ship had crash landed. She headed to that location, and in the location here in the savannah, there was an indentation, totally overgrown now, but an indentation. She explored the indentation and found signs that the ground had been compacted. And that now a lot of earth had grown up over the top of the compacted ground, but the evidence was still there. She followed the route the being would have taken and found her way to what looks like a cliff, and a short way in front of the cliff. As she scanned the ground, she discovered signs like foundations and realized that this here was where the building was, right in front of the natural cliff, probably backing onto the cliff, maybe even digging into the cliff a bit and trying to blend their observation community with the natural cliff. She sketched out while looking at it what she thought it probably looked like. Before scanning the area to try to get other information, and from the depth of the indentation and the depth of the foundations, she worked out that this structure was here probably all the way through to just a few hundred years ago. And the indentation had probably happened about 10,000 years ago. And as she explored the cliff, looking to see if there's signs of how structure was built either up to the cliff or into the cliff, she found an artificial looking rock embedded in the cliff, something that would easily have been overlooked unless you got really close and analysed it. And she handled that artificial looking rock and heard a deep rumble, and and the side of the cliff gently shook, and some rubble fell to the ground, and so she stepped back. And an entrance opened into the cliff. And she saw as an entrance into a grand structure. And this grand structure seemed to contain observation points and screens looking in lots of different locations around the planet. And she saw that it looked like aliens perhaps were still here. And she heard a noise and saw an alien approaching, curious about the door opening. And the alien was in a suit, appearing to move incredibly slowly. And so she walked up to the alien. And she tried to talk to the alien. But the alien was out of time compared to her. They were both running in different times. So to the alien she spoke incredibly quickly and appeared out of nowhere. And to Pebbles, the alien was moving incredibly slowly. And so she wrote down what she understood about the situation and placed it before the alien. And it took a while, but the alien looked. This encounter with her will be but a blip for the alien. And so she learns what she can, studies what she can, before leaving this place and sealing it back up, then heading away. And she finds her way home, writes up a report of what she found, and that the aliens not only visited Earth, but they're still here. And hours later, as evening setting in, she receives a work email. And attached to the work email is a video, and it says that it's private and confidential and top secret. And she watches the video and learns in an instant that a long time ago humans had actually already encountered these aliens. But that's where they got their teleportation technology. That's how they advanced so quickly. But there's always been the barrier. So the aliens have been trying to carefully help humans to advance a little quicker, to try to help them to get to the point where they'll understand the technology required to alter space and time, and to be able to communicate on the same level. And Pebbles sits back for a while, relaxing in front of the fire, pondering what she knows, the implications of this on the planet, and what she's allowed to say and not say before heading to bed, drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to count down from 10. And while I count, you can have a sense of a healing light gently passing through your body, healing and softening the muscles, calming the mind. From 10, relaxing the muscles around the top of your head, around your face and around your jaw, relaxing the muscles around your temple and your forehead, smoothing those muscles out, calming, softening, so peacefully. 9. And that relaxation can begin to drift around to the back of your head and slowly begin to relax down the back of your neck, perhaps tingling gently with a sense of peace and comfort. And with each out-breath that you take, you can find yourself relaxing deeper and deeper asleep. And I don't know, as you continue to relax deeper, whether it'll be the sound of my voice that helps you drift deeper and deeper asleep, or whether it'll be the spaces between my words. 8. And as that relaxation continues to move down through your body with each out-breath, down your neck, around your neck, deep within your neck, drifting and floating, you can continue to relax, more asleep, as you listen to me talking here. 7. And the relaxation can move down around the shoulders, the shoulder blades, spreading out comfortably into the arms, softening and relaxing those muscles. And perhaps the arms begin to feel heavier and heavier, just as the eyelids can feel heavier and heavier, and more relaxed. 6. With that relaxation moving all the way down to the fingertips, bringing a deep sense of peace and comfort. 5, as the relaxation begins to work its way carefully and gently down around your chest, your upper back, deep within you. And that relaxation can move down to your stomach, your lower sides and your lower back, softening, relaxing, so calmly as a mind and a body. 4, that relaxation can move down around your bottom and around your legs, deeper and deeper down through you, bringing with it a deep sense of peace and calm, taking you to a place in your mind where you drift deeper and deeper asleep so easily and effortlessly, where your mind is so calm and peaceful, where sleep seems to just draw you in, where the mind slows right down. That's it. 2, as that relaxation spreads around the lower legs, around the ankles and down into the feet. 1, feeling that relaxation flowing through your whole body like a wave of peace and comfort. And you know the process of sleep involves the body relaxing fully as the mind begins to drift almost into its own reverie before passing into pleasant dreams. And as you continue listening to this, and we move into the story, so you can sleep so deeply, so soundly, all night long. And as you drift and dream and sleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And you find yourself on holiday, and you're in a mountainous region, and it's night time, and you can feel the crisp air against your face, the sensation of breathing in that crisp, fresh air, the gentle crunching as you walk through snow. And the sight of an aurora waving gently in the night sky, the most delicate light show. Seeing the pinpricks of twinkling stars beyond that aurora. And the gentle stretch of the Milky Way as it arcs across the sky. And you walk through this environment. You head to a cable car down from this altitude. Travelling down in that cable car, seeing the forest below, the lights of a small town nestled within the forest, the smooth sensations of that cable car moving its way down from that altitude. Until you lower down beneath the line of trees. You disembark and begin your journey towards that town. And as you walk into the town, so it's lit with the coziest of lighting. You can hear the soft conversations going on among those roaming around the town, wandering in and out of shops. The street vendors selling food, the smell of the different foods and drinks, people holding on to their cups of warm drink between two hands, pulling those cups up under their noses, blowing the top, perhaps noticing someone's glasses fog up for a moment before clearing as they take a sip of their warm drink. And you see, as you look down the street, an antique shop. And you head along to that antique shop. Ring the bell as you open the door, carefully closing the door behind you to keep the cold out and the warmth in. And in this old antique shop is a log fire crackling away in the corner of the room. Shelves of antiques and old books. Cabinets containing antiques. Boxes underneath the cabinets filled with bric-a-brac. And there's such a cozy environment in here. Just that sound of the crackling fire, the low lighting and the gentle flickering glow from the fire, and the warmth finding its way across the shop, massaging your cheeks and your hands after your time outside. And you see, behind the shop counter, an elderly man with half-rimmed glasses perched on the very tip of his nose, breathing in a very calm way, face wrapped in dense stubble, and scruffy long grey hair. And piercing blue eyes, holding an old book. His eyes glancing through the glasses and scanning the pages, before he reaches across with a finger, carefully separates a page from the others with his finger at the top corner of the book. Reads to the end of the page and then carefully turns that page over, his eyes moving slightly up to the top of the next page. And then reading his way down this page, carefully and methodically working his way through the book. And you sense that he is aware of you, although he's not acknowledged your presence. As you look around the items in the shop, as you look around, you see a tall knight's outfit, wrapped in highly polished armour. You tap it very gently with the knuckle of one of your fingers, hearing the metal reverberate and settle. You pick up and handle a couple of the pocket watches, popping their lids open, analysing the watches before closing the lids back up and putting them back where you found them. You take a look at some of the random ornaments, heavy yet small metal ornaments, ideal for placing on shelves. You head to a wall of books. You scan from the top corner along the top shelf and work your way down, scanning those books, occasionally being intrigued by the title or the cover of a book, or by not being able to see a title on the spine of a book, and so removing the book to flick through the first few pages and see what the book happens to be. And all this time, you're the only person in the shop. And as you continue looking around, you lift a glass lid of a counter. You take a look at some of the old watches in that counter. You deeply analyse those watches. You test some of those watches by winding them up, placing them to your ear, listening for the ticking. And as you continue looking around, you head to a tray that just has random items, with all the items being quite affordable. And within that tray, you spot a bracelet, and something about this bracelet appeals to you. And you walk over to the counter with that bracelet. You stand patiently waiting. And when you notice that the shopkeeper isn't paying you any attention now, you start trying to get their attention. You do a fake cough, and then a slightly louder one, and then with a huff, the shopkeeper comes over. You ask them about the bracelet, whether there's anything they know about it and its history. And they say they don't really know much. And it's only a cheap bracelet, so they don't feel that they want to waste any of their time on knowing. But you feel that the bracelet seems quite elegant and you quite like it. And you did feel drawn to it. And so they tell you how much it'll cost, ask if you want it packaged, and they place it into a nice presentation box, carefully wrap that bracelet, and place the wrapped bracelet into a bag, and place a business card into that bag. And you see that their name is Hermit Crab. And this brings a smile to your face. And you say, I bet you like to keep yourself to yourself. And they look at you puzzled. And in an almost snappy kind of way, they say, what gives you that idea? They just don't really like being around people. And you say goodbye, and they don't acknowledge you. They just go and sit down and continue to read. You head back to the door and tring the door open, feeling the cold leap into the shop. You close the door behind you as you look back while closing the door. You see them settling back down with that book, picking up where they left off, carrying on reading. Almost as if you entering that shop was an inconvenience to their reading. You carry on through this town, finding a place to stay for the night, checking yourself in. You place that bracelet on the counter beside the bed. You change into some different clothes, and head downstairs for something to eat. And downstairs in the restaurant area is a handful of other people, some couples, some people on their own. The smell of food wafts through the restaurant. You take a look at the menu and find exactly what you want to eat. You order that food and a drink, and sit on your own on the table, waiting for that food to arrive and the drink to arrive. And while waiting, you just enjoy the atmosphere. The gentle background sounds of people talking, almost like indistinct chatter. The dancing light from the log fire. Feeling so calm and relaxed. And then your food is brought out and you enjoy that food, drink the drink. And after finishing, you just stay resting here for a while, still finishing the drink, in no hurry to go back to the room. But after an hour or so, you finish the drink. The restaurant has thinned out. The fire has burned down to embers. So you head up to your room. You settle down on the bed and take a good book. And read that book for a little while. Reading yourself to a point of being sleepy. And when you reach a point to stop reading, you reach into the bag with the bracelet. Take that business card and use it as a bookmark. Business card making you smile and recall your interaction from earlier today. You close up that book, place it down beside the bed. Settle down and begin to drift peacefully, comfortably asleep. And while you drift and float and dream deeper and deeper asleep, your mind starts to wander. You start to dream that you're walking through the most beautiful meadow, surrounded by magical trees. And as you walk through this meadow, so you begin to hear a gentle sound of a distant flowing stream. And as you find yourself approaching that stream, you see a really friendly looking woman resting on a rock, singing softly to herself, her voice, making you think of it being like a voice of an angel. A voice that seems to just flow through you in an almost timeless kind of way. at frequencies that seem to resonate within you. And this woman seems so elegant. And when she notices you, she stands and turns her flowing dress, wafting around her as she moves. She begins to talk to you, asking who you are and where you're from. And you say you're just out for a walk, exploring this meadow, and you heard her singing. And she tells you that there's a secret world overlaid on this one. And she can show you that world. And asks if you have anything to exchange for that knowledge. You fill your pockets and find that that bracelet is in one pocket. And so you take the bracelet out of your pocket. She holds her arm out, reveals her wrist. You carefully place the bracelet around her wrist and seal that bracelet up. And in an instant, a glowing white light begins to emanate from the bracelet and form around her body. And she transforms in subtle ways. And as the light fades back away, and a gentle tinkling sound calms down, she tells you that that bracelet has upgraded her to a higher being, allowing her to share this knowledge with you. And she reaches out, and in a very meaningful way, she looks towards your right hand and reaches towards your right wrist, very slowly, delicately and carefully. She rests her forefinger just touching the underside of your wrist, and very carefully communicates through that touch for that wrist to rise. And without trying to do anything at all, you feel that gentle touch on the underside of the wrist, almost like a puff of air lifting the wrist up. Feeling the way the arm gets lighter and lighter, as if increasingly filled with helium, as if each breath that you take pumps more helium into that arm. And it takes no effort at all on your part for the fingertips to begin to move, and the palm and the hand and the wrist, and the elbow, and the forearm, and all the muscles involved in that arm, so delicately rising up. And in your mind, you can see that arm rising up. And it almost seems like it's happening by itself. And you feel like they're touching your arm and lifting it. But you can't quite tell if they're lifting the arm or if you lift the arm by yourself. But once the arm is up in the air, with the elbow gently bent, the hand about shoulder height, they move the hand a little closer to you. And then begin to carefully lower the hand down. And while the hand carefully lowers down, so that happens at a rate and speed that's incredibly calming and gentle. And you notice a glowing forming around this woman and through the landscape. As she begins to talk to you. And she says, as that arm carefully lowers, and you breathe in and out, the greater consciousness of reality is moving within you, connecting within you, flowing within you, passing through you deeper and deeper. And as she talks, you notice what's almost like a healing light pulsing from around you, as if you're drawing this light straight from the air around you, as if you're somehow drawing natural energy towards you. And the light flows into you from all parts of your body, but strongest flowing in through the top of your head, passing down through your body, down through your neck, your shoulders, your arms, your upper and lower back, down past your bottom and all the way down to the tips of your toes. And your eyes gently close, and you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. And as you relax deeper into the experience, you start to feel a sense of freedom. You feel all that deep connection to the world around you. Begin to observe a reality previously unknown to you. This woman guides you to the water. places a hand down in the flowing water, cupping her hand, lifting it up, carefully pouring some water into your mouth, and you feel that cool water pass through you, tingling, relaxing deeper and deeper through you. You begin to feel like a connection is spreading out from you, like tendrils of consciousness, weaving yourself into the fabric of this universe. You start to learn about the world, about nature, about consciousness and unconscious communication, and the peace that can be found within stillness. And as this is being experienced, so the woman guides you to sitting on that rock, and as you sit, so a pulse of light spreads from you, and those tendrils of light connect you to this world. And she just sits with you as you have your experience. And after you have your experience, the light begins to fade, almost like water flowing off of you, being absorbed into the land around you. And you carefully open your eyes and your arm lowers. And yet you somehow feel like you're holding on to a part of that. Like the experience has made a part of that a part of you. And then you relax deeper and deeper, resting on that stone. And all the light fades. And this woman hands you back the bracelet. Tells you there's magic in the bracelet. And with this newfound ability, she sends you on your journey, continuing on through the landscape. And so you continue to explore this landscape. Only now you feel a deeper connection to it and a deep understanding of it. And from time to time in this experience, you stop and learn something. And each time you go deeper and deeper asleep. And then you drift deeper and deeper into a dreamless, recuperative sleep, where your body heals itself and your mind gets to rest and relax and reset. Then you awaken in the morning. You eat some breakfast. You check out of the hotel. And you continue on your journey through this landscape. And it looks very different in the daytime. And you head on foot to the nearby train station. You arrive in good time for your train. You settle down waiting for the train and you read a good book. And you continue reading that good book. Then you see the steam train arriving, hearing that chugging sound as it approaches, seeing the smoke rising from the chimney at the front of the train, the clickety-clack as it pulls past you, and gradually grinds to a halt. You board the train with a clunk-clunk door. You settle down on a comfortably cushioned seat with a long, narrow table in front of you. You place some items on the table, get your book out and continue reading that as you pull out of this station and your journey home begins. And the train swings round through the landscape. And despite wanting to be reading, the beauty of the landscape draws you in, so you stop from time to time to watch the landscape passing. And it takes some time for this journey, so long that a whole day passes and night time sets in. As you get tired, you make yourself comfortable and rest back on the seat, just in case you fall asleep. And after hours and hours on the train, you arrive at a station where you change trains. And you have to do this a couple of times before finally getting home. And once home, you look forward to settling down in bed and drifting asleep. You place that bracelet in its box and gift wrap to one side, knowing the person it's for will really love receiving that. You unpack some of your stuff. You make yourself some food and drink. Your cat jumps up on your lap. You pet them while you rest there. You can see the excitement in their behavior, that you're home. And then when tiredness calls to you, you head to bed. You settle down in bed and you drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to count down from 10. And while I count, you can imagine a healing light passing slowly and gently through your body, healing and softening the muscles, calming the mind. From 10, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the face, around the jaw, relaxing those muscles around your temple and your forehead. Gently soothing those muscles out, calming, softening. So peaceful. 9. As the relaxation continues to work its way around the back of your head, slowly relaxing down the back of your neck, perhaps tingling gently with a sense of peace and comfort. And with each out-breath that you take, you can find yourself relaxing deeper and deeper asleep. And I don't know, as you continue to relax deeper and deeper asleep, whether it'll be the sound of my voice or perhaps the spaces between my words that help you drift deeper asleep. 8. And as that relaxation moves with the next out-breath, down your neck, around your neck, deep within you, drifting, floating, deeper and more peacefully relaxed. Your mind can begin to drift and dream. 7. As the relaxation moves down those arms, around those shoulders, around the shoulder blades, softening and relaxing the muscles, perhaps making those arms begin to feel heavier and heavier, just as the eyelids can feel heavier and more relaxed. 6. With that relaxation moving down those arms, it can begin to reach the fingertips, bringing a deep sense of peace and comfort to those fingers. 5. Relaxing down around the chest, the upper back, and deep within you. And the relaxation can move gently with each out breath, moving down to your stomach and your lower sides, around your lower back, softening, relaxing, so calmly as a mind and body. 4. With the relaxation moving down to your bottom and continuing down around your legs, carefully moving down towards your feet. 3. Moving all the way way down those legs, deeper and deeper, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm, taking you to a place in your mind where you drift deeper and deeper asleep, so easily and effortlessly, where your mind is so calm and peaceful, where you just seem to be so drawn in by sleep and pleasant dreams, where the mind slows right down. That's it. 2. As that relaxation spreads around the lower legs, around the ankles and down into the feet. 1. Feeling that relaxation through your whole body, like a wave of peace and comfort. And you know the process of sleep involves the body relaxing fully as the mind begins to drift and dream, almost into its own reverie. As you continue listening to this and we move gently into the story, so you can sleep deeply and sleep well all night long. And as you rest and sleep, you're heading out camping in an SUV. You're driving along a long straight road, sun shining overhead, trees and fields lining the road, shadows and light dancing as the sun passes through the canopies of those trees. The breeze blowing in the window, the sound of the motor running, the gentle movement of the vehicle as it continues travelling along the road. Occasional vibrations, sometimes bobbing and weaving. And as you continue on, you can feel relaxed on this comfortable drive. It's a clear, open road, and you're heading to a specific destination to camp for a few nights. And as it approaches late afternoon, you arrive at your destination. The blue sky now showing the faintest tinges of beginning to change colour towards evening. The sounds softening as the first signs of the dimming light appear. And you pull up the SUV, park it up for camping, and you're the only one in this space, wrapped within a meadow, flanked by the most beautiful trees. And in the distance you can see the river flowing through this meadow, cutting straight across the meadow and disappearing behind the trees. You can see the way the water is flowing as it weaves around rocks and flows over small waterfalls. You have an awning attachment for your SUV that pulls down from the roof and then opens out into a tent space. And so you pull that down and you pull the sides down and the back and the front and the base. And you carefully attach that to the ground, stretching the ropes tight, bashing the pegs into the ground, holding those ropes in place. You clear a space a short distance in front of the tent. You build a small campfire. You pop out a chair. You go and grab some food and drink. Place that beside the chair. You light the fire, which crackles to life. You rest back in the chair, feeling the warmth of that fire as the sun begins to set. And while the sun sets, you hear the sound of crickets in the background, the occasional sound of a bird, and the gentle sounds of other animals, some settling down for the night, others perhaps just waking up. And as the moon rises over the horizon, so you can see the way that silvery light dances and sparkles across the distant river. And as you rest back and close your eyes a moment, so you can focus just enough to be able to hear that river flowing in the distance. And as the sky goes from brighter blue through to oranges and pinks, and dark blue and almost black, you watch the dancing light and shadows from the fire, hear the crackling and popping, feel the warmth of that fire. You make yourself some food and sit and have a drink. And the air temperature is still reasonably warm. And a very comfortable temperature to be sat outside. And you rest there, you eat the food and drink the drink, planning on doing very little, just having time for yourself to relax, to quieten your mind, find a deep sense of inner peace, to really take a break from your daily life. And as you rest there and the stars begin to twinkle in the night sky, and you see the occasional shooting star fizz across the sky, and your eyes begin to adjust to the dark, you begin to have this sense like there's an orangey glow beyond the woodland, perhaps on from that river. And at first you don't think too much of it. You just continue relaxing and drifting and enjoying your time with nothing to do. Yet the more your eyes adapt to the dark, and the more your fire burns down to embers, allowing the dark to encroach even more, curiosity builds within you. Then you take a torch, and you put out the remnants of the campfire. You zip up your tent, and you set off to see what the glow is. And you walk away from where you're camped. And as you walk away, you turn and look back. And the moonlight is illuminating your camping space. And you continue walking down towards that river, crunching your way through the meadow. The gentle scent of wildflowers wafting up to your nose as you disturb them while walking. And the sound of the flowing water getting louder and louder as you get nearer and nearer. And as you near that water, so you can smell the fresh, clean scent of the water, as if the flowing water is purifying the air around here. And from down here by the water's edge, you look up and left and can see the river curving around between the trees, and the glow off in the distance, and that now you're a little closer, you can notice the glow is gently changing over time. It's not a static glow. And so you follow the river. You head into the tree line. Sounds of the rustling leaves of the trees around you. The air seems to change as you pass into the woods. And you walk through the woodland, And you notice as you're walking that the river is gently widening. And after some time of following this river, it flows out into a clearing. And in this clearing, the landscape under the gentle moonlight looks very swamp-like, almost like the river here has flooded this large area, and yet one side of the river can be seen to be flowing around, continuing on its journey. And within this swamp space, you catch a glimpse of what it is that's glowing. You see a phoenix, flames flickering from its body. Flying above the swamp, landing on different trees. And you stop where you are and watch that phoenix flying around, curious what it's doing. It seems to fly so quietly and gracefully, despite looking like it's wrapped in a flamethrower, leaving a soft trail of flames as it flies. And then you see, forming near the tree line in the distance, what looks like a ball of lightning, bursting alive, crackling and moving, and floating through the landscape, its bluish glow, in contrast to the orangey glow of the phoenix. Tendrils reaching out from that ball lightning, almost like legs dancing across the earth. And as those legs dance across the earth, so you can see the glowing light at the foot of each leg, on the surface of the water, that envelops this swampy area. And small tufts of steam rising from each footstep the ball lightning takes. And you watch as that crosses the landscape, before fizzling out, and you continue to watch phoenix flying around and landing. And then another ball of lightning forms from another area and repeats what you just saw. And although it's formed in another area, it travels to the same destination as the last ball of lightning. Only this time, as it extinguishes, you think you catch sight of something in the air, almost like an outline or a shadow, just a hint of something there. You decide to walk a little closer, but you do your best to keep to the tree line and keep out of sight of the phoenix. And a third ball of lightning forms in another location and travels to that same destination. And as you get closer and closer, you notice that what it is that you can see, where all the balls of lightning are going, looks almost like a mirrored sphere, making it incredibly difficult to see as it reflects its surroundings. And as you get closer, you notice it isn't smooth. It undulates and moves. And another ball of lightning forms. And as this one reaches the sphere, you see that it passes straight through. And then you watch as the phoenix flies towards the sphere and vanishes within it. And you head over to that sphere. You reach up with your fingertips, and your fingertips pass right through. You just feel the gentlest tingle. And you jump up off the ground towards the sphere. And as your head and shoulders pass through, you see a vastly different landscape. And so you do your best to run across the mounds protruding from the swamp, leaping up towards that sphere, almost diving through it. And you find yourself rolling the other side of the sphere in the most beautiful sunny landscape. You see what looks almost like a grand eagle with wisps of smoke fading from its wings, and you realize that here, that's the phoenix. And you see the balls of lightning that are here forming. But it's daytime here, and so they're harder to notice. But you see as they form, and one by one, are travelling towards that sphere, as if perhaps that's the energy source, or has something to do with this sphere empowering it. You explore this unusual landscape. It looks very familiar. It has trees and plants, grasses, blue sky. And yet at the same time, it seems very alien. You don't recognize any of the trees or plants. On closer inspection, the blades of grass look different. And this intrigues you. And here there's something slightly different about the air, about gravity. You notice that sound seems to be different. Each footstep you take sounds a bit lighter than where you've come from. And then you notice the sounds around you also sound a bit lighter than you're used to. And you explore this landscape. You see creatures that look very deer-like but aren't, grazing in the meadow. You see a lake in the distance, and within the lake you see ripples that look like something large is swimming beneath the surface. And down by the lake's edge, you see what looks like a tent made of broad leaves. And so you head down towards that tent. You approach the tent slowly, quietly. And within the tent, you can see that there's somebody sitting there enjoying the sound of the lake, the water lapping onto the shore. You see their feet poking slightly out of the tent as you approach. They're wearing shoes, but nothing like you've seen before. You make a little bit of noise as you approach to make sure that they hear you. And they poke their head out of the tent to see who's approaching. And they look so kind and friendly. They look humanoid but not human. They have the kindest, widest eyes and the most beautiful, friendly smile. And the softest, soothest voice. They introduce themselves as Sapphire. You introduce yourself. They say you don't look like you're from round here. They've never seen a being like you. You explain where you came from. And they say that there are these portals dotted around everywhere. That normally it's just the phoenixes who use them. Most others avoid them, not because they're necessarily dangerous or anything like that, just because they don't understand them, and so they keep away. And Sapphire invites you to sit with them as you talk, and they watch the ripples on the surface of the lake. They watch the movement of whatever the large creature is in this lake. And they see that there's a slight glimmer of concern within you of the large creature of the lake. And so they reassure you it's totally harmless. The lake houses many animals. It just happens there are some larger ones than others. And they share some of their food with you. Foods you've never tasted before. They tell you stories of this place. They describe where here is. And as the sun begins to set here, so you can see 2 moons in the sky, a smaller one seeming to orbit the larger one. And the moons are much darker than the moon you're used to. And the sounds, as the evening here sets in, are familiar yet different. And you and Sapphire talk well into the night. You're curious how long the nights here are. But as it begins to turn to light, you realize the nights here are a similar length. And as morning arises, Sapphire excitedly gets a canvas, despite having not slept at all. They're incredibly excitable and full of energy as they set up the canvas, and with tears in their eyes from the beauty, they begin painting the scene of this sunrise. They ask if you'd mind sitting down near the water's edge. They'd like to include you in the painting, their unusual friend from another land. And you oblige and sit peacefully and patiently, being as still as you can, enjoying the sound of the gently lapping water on the shore, the splushing and sploshing of creatures in the lake, the soft rustle of reeds around the water's edge, the occasional sound of birds overhead. And after they're finished painting, they let you know and you head over and they show the painting to you. And you sit and talk some more. They then walk with you along the shore of the lake. You ask about places people live here, whether there are towns or cities. You try and get an idea of the technology they use, of the lives they live, of the cultures here. And Sapphire tries to do the same, learning from you. and you find together you have so much to share. So much so that it gets all the way round to nightfall again, and neither of you have yet slept. And this nightfall they're excited by the sight of an aurora in the sky, the beautiful curtains of light moving and weaving and undulating in the sky. They see that you're getting tired and ask if you'd like fall asleep in the tent. And so you tuck down in the tent, lying beside Sapphire. And as you rest there, feeling so calm and warm and so cozy, they lie beside you and you feel their body temperature. You hear their gentle breathing. They talk softly, as if trying not to disturb anyone, even though there's only the two of you here, continuing to ask you questions. And you ask them some questions, and between you, you talk for a moment, and then you'll begin drifting asleep, and then talk for a moment more, until eventually the talking ends and you fall deeply and comfortably relaxed asleep. And when you wake the next morning, Sapphire has made some food, and you smell that incredible smell of the food. You leave the tent and take a deep breath of the fresh morning air. You see the dew on the plants and grasses sparkling in the low morning light. A wisp of mist weaving among the meadow, gliding across the lake, so silently, calmly. You feel like you've had the best night's sleep ever, feeling so rested and rejuvenated. But you know that it's time to go. So you eat the breakfast. You spend the first half of the day talking. A part of you finds it difficult to be able to say goodbye, unsure whether you'll ever be able to see here again. They hand you what looks like a small crystal. They tell you, perhaps this will work across dimensions. When you place this crystal on top of silver, it activates. And when it activates, it allows you to communicate. And you think it sounds a bit like a telephone, only done in a very different way. You say your goodbyes and head back through the meadow You see the portal still there. You leap up through the portal, splashing down into the swamp the other side. And here it's night time, and you wonder how much time has passed. And you head back through the woodland, back along the river. Put your hand in your pocket and feel that crystal resting in your pocket, confirming the experience was real. You head back up to your camp, and at your tent you take a look at the date and time and see that an entire day has passed by. And so the time must run very similar. But where here it was night time when you went through, there it was daytime. And when you returned, it was daytime there and it's night time here. And you enjoy something to eat. You enjoy the environment here before settling down and drifting asleep. And after your experience out here camping, you clear everything away and you head back towards your home. And it's a very long drive. And you make that journey with your mind frequently thinking of Sapphire. And you're curious to get home, find some silver, and see if that crystal works. And after many hours of driving and arriving home, you find a small silver tray. You place that silver tray on your dining room table. You sit down on a dining room chair. You take the crystal. You hesitate for a moment, unsure what'll happen, and then place the crystal on the silver tray. And at first, nothing seems to happen. It's just like you've put a stone on a tray. But then there's a gentle hum, and the crystal begins to glow ever so slightly. And the glow gets brighter and brighter, and seems almost like it's stretching out from the crystal. Until there's this glow in front of you, almost like a screen of light hovering in space above the dining room table. And at first that screen of light is dark, and then from the darkness it flashes to light, and you see Sapphire on the screen, and she smiles and you engage in conversation. And you discuss how how you might see each other again in the future. Whether there's any way of creating portals that are located a bit more conveniently. And you'd like Sapphire to be able to visit your world. And you know this is the start of a wonderful friendship. And as you head to bed, you think about it being curious that you can meet a stranger and just somehow hit it off, and the stranger becomes a friend, and sometimes even becomes so important to you that it's as if you've known each other your whole lives, and you just want to see them again and again. And you settle down in bed, feeling the warmth of your own bed, the softness of your mattress and your pillows, the calming temperature of your room, the faintest sounds around you as you drift and float so peacefully, so calmly, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to count down from 10. And while I count, you can imagine a healing light gently passing through your body, healing and softening the muscles, calming the mind. From 10, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the face, around the jaw, the muscles around your temple and your forehead, smoothing those muscles out, calming, softening, so peacefully. 9. With that relaxation working its way slowly around the back of your head and carefully relaxing down the back of your neck, perhaps tingling gently with a sense of peace and comfort. And with each out-breath that you take, you can find yourself relaxing deeper and deeper asleep. And as you relax deeper, I don't know whether it's the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words which help you drift deeper and deeper asleep. 8. And as that relaxation moves with the next out-breath, down your neck, around your neck, deep within you, drifting, floating deeper and more peacefully relaxed. That's it. 7. The relaxation, moving down those arms, around those shoulders, around the shoulder blades, softening and relaxing the muscles. Perhaps making those arms begin to feel heavier and heavier, just as the eyelids can feel heavier and more relaxed as you drift deeper and deeper asleep. 6. With that relaxation moving down those arms, and it can begin to reach the fingertips, bringing comfort and peace to those fingers. 5. Relaxing down around the chest, the upper back and deep within you. And that relaxation can move to your stomach, to your lower sides and your lower back, softening, relaxing so calmly as a mind and body. 4. With the relaxation moving down around your bottom and around your legs, slowly and carefully moving down towards your feet. 3. Moving all the way down those legs, deeper and deeper down, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm, taking you to a place in your mind where you drift deeper and deeper asleep so easily and effortlessly, where your mind is so calm and peaceful, where sleep seems to just draw you in, where the mind slows right down. That's it. 2. As that relaxation spreads around the lower legs, around the ankles and down into the feet. And 1. Feeling that relaxation through your whole body, like a wave of peace and comfort. And you know the process of sleep involves the body relaxing fully as the mind begins to drift almost into its own reverie before passing into pleasant dreams. And as you continue listening to this, and we move slowly into the story, so you can continue to drift into the process of sleeping deeply and sleeping well all night long. And as you relax and sleep, so you are sitting in a classroom and it's sunny outside, and the teacher is writing on a blackboard, and you can hear the smooth sound of the chalk and the echoey taps when the teacher taps dots on the chalkboard. You can smell that chalky scent and see some of the chalk dust dancing in the sunlight that shines in the windows. And a part of your mind is focusing outside on the trees, how green they are, the gentle movement of those trees. And as your mind focuses on those trees and thinking about being outside, so your ears seem to close off from what the teacher is saying until the bell goes and jolts you back to the classroom. And as you're all leaving the classroom, so the teacher stops you while you walk past. They comment on how your mind seemed to be elsewhere, and you share about how your mind was out in the grounds of the school. You were thinking about those trees and the movement of the trees. And the teacher hands you a book, and it's a curious old book, and they tell you that they want you to read this book before the next day of school. And it's a school holiday for a couple of weeks, and so you know you'll have time to read the book. The teacher says they're not going to explain why they want you to read the book, but they just want your promise that you'll at least give it a go reading that book. And you agree that you'll give it a go. And you leave the class, you head outside, you feel the warmth of the sun on your face, the sounds of other people around leaving the school at the same time. You make your journey home, and once home, you head out to a nearby park. You settle down in that park underneath a grand oak tree, resting your back against the tree, feeling that bark against your back, hearing the rustling of those leaves overhead, seeing the way light dances through the canopy, and the shadows move and writhe around the ground. You gaze out across the park and can see the grass undulating as the wind softly blows a breeze. You take that book from a bag, you rest it on your lap, you run your fingertips softly and carefully over the cover, the spine. You feel the pages, and the cover has an ornate and curious pattern on it that almost looks like a spider's web, such an intricate woven design that's embedded into the fabric of the cover. And your fingers carefully follow the weaving, almost plucking occasionally at some of the strings, giving the illusion to your mind that those moving strings are humming gently with magic. And then, with the slightest sound of creaking, you open the book. You smell the gentle waft of the old book smell. You feel the texture of the page as you handle that first page. The almost crinkly sound of turning the next page, reading the title, The Fire Tree in the Blue Crystal by I'm Here. And you turn to the first page of this novel and you begin to read. Once upon a time, there was a curious person who lived in a land far, far away. And their name was somebody, and somebody enjoyed living in this land. They lived in the heart of nowhere. And one day, somebody set off from the cabin in the heart of nowhere. They walked from that cabin, listening to the reverse squawks of birds, the curious rustle of trees, walking down by the lake, seeing the way the water lapped back from the shore. They watched as a frog jumped out of the water backwards, landing on a lily pad, doing a reverse croak. And the sun continued winding itself back across the sky towards morning. And they continued on their journey through nowhere. And eventually somebody came to the edge of nowhere. And at the edge of nowhere they saw the sign pointing down the different paths they could follow. There was the sign pointing back to nowhere. There was the sign off left to somewhere. There was a sign off right to anywhere. And they decided to go off left, have a little wander to somewhere. And so they set off on that path, heading somewhere. And as they walked along, heading towards somewhere, somebody looked around. They enjoyed the feeling of that warm sun on their face, the way the warmth radiated off their face and back out towards the sun. But the closer to somewhere they got, the more the environment shifted. There was a crossover point where halfway between nowhere and somewhere, time gradually slowed down, stopped, and then began going the other way. and the sun in the sky began moving back towards midday, and the warmth of the sun could be felt being absorbed into the skin. And birds sung outward rather than inward. And while somebody walked towards somewhere, they could hear the gentle chink, 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 chink of carving on stone. And they got closer to that noise, and as they walked, they could see a slight cloud of stony dust bellowing gently in the breeze, and the person carving that stone. And as the person saw somebody walking towards them, they stopped what they were doing, turned and smiled, and as somebody got closer and closer, nobody said hello. They waved and introduced themselves, and nobody said this was a good place to go. That they really think you'd enjoy visiting somewhere, but that what you wouldn't perhaps want to do just yet is to veer off and head anywhere. They said it's so easy for people to get lost anywhere, and so it's best to just stay on track, continue your journey somewhere. And they handed over a small model of the large sculpture they were carving. And they said this will come in handy when you get somewhere. And so somebody put that in their pocket. They continued their journey somewhere. The chinking on that stone gradually fading into the background. The sun stretching across the sky, working its way gently towards evening. And as they approach somewhere, so they see the lights of the town. And they walk into the town. They find themselves a place to stay for the night. They check themselves into that place. They head to bed, relax down, and drift peacefully asleep. And while they drift and gently dream, they begin to dream of exploring tunnels in the strangest of lands. They wander down a tunnel, finding the tunnel blocked by a giant button. And there are 4 holes in that button, and they feel in their bag, trying to find something to help them pass this button. They find the book in their bag. They unweave some of the thread from the cover of the book. Weave it carefully, almost automatically, in a certain pattern through those 4 holes, and the weaving is still attached to the book. And holding the book when it's fully weaved, they pull the book back, which pulls the button, and the button unblocks the passage. And they unwrap the weaving, wrap it back round the book. They don't quite know how to do such a good job of wrapping the weaving back round the book, so they just wrap it round the best they can and pat it down. And with a gentle sparkle around the book lights up, and then the light softly fades, and all the weaving is back in place. And they continue on exploring one tunnel after another, hearing the gentle echo of their footsteps, the occasional distant drip of water, until eventually deep in the tunnels they come out in a large chamber, and they notice many tunnels lead to this chamber. And in the heart of this chamber is a spring of water, and around the spring are ornaments and designs, making it look like this holds some kind of special significance. And they head over to that spring, smelling the freshness of the water, hearing the sploshing of that water as it bubbles away. They touch the water and feel its coolness. They drink a bit of that water, and then begin to feel compelled to rest down on a stone near to the spring. As they rest on that stone, get comfortable, they begin to drift into a meditative state. It's almost as if the frame rate of time changes, like the spring bubbling away begins to change, almost like a slightly long exposure photograph. Watching that changing, watching the bubbling spread out and become more of a blur. And then within the blur, the bubbling begins to bubble light, and the softest light begins to form within the spring. And then that soft light begins to emanate from the spring as they drift deeper and deeper into this meditative state. And as that light spreads around them, it feels like it's giving the most comfortable hug, so soothing, so safe, so satisfying. Almost like a loving hug from the light. And they think about how delight is hugging them, as their mind seems to drift deeper and deeper into the experience. As that water they drank passes through them, spreads out within their body, activating specific cells throughout the whole body to help them have an even deeper experience. a profound experience connecting with universal consciousness here in this dream, connecting from one dream to all dreams, where they suddenly see threads of light, like a giant cobweb of light spreading out from themselves, incredibly fine threads, as thin as individual hairs, spreading out in all directions, as their environment totally vanishes and fades away. And the spring fades away, and the light fades away, leaving just the light of each individual thread. And what's left is just their awareness of seeing the threads from themselves spreading out in all directions, and patches of more dense threads where other beings are within the universe, seeing trillions and trillions of these patches of threads, these little bundles of threads, where threads meet and mix and spread from, and pulses of light travelling along the threads between one being and the other, pulsing at the speed of light, and recognizing how, while they're all stationary and all connected on this universal consciousness level, time stands still. And in this state, there is just consciousness shared among all beings, and they can feel that consciousness within them, almost like they're aware of everything else, but not in an overwhelming way, but almost like they are just a small part of some greater brain, almost like what they look across is them being one single neuron in a vast universe-sized brain. And so it doesn't feel overwhelming. It just feels like they have their place. And they feel the connection, and intuitively and instinctively just understand the connection with all other parts. And they feel a deep stillness. And this lasts for a timeless amount of time. They have no concept of exactly how long this lasts. All they know is that at some point, the whole experience fades to blackness as they drift from dreaming sleep into deep recuperative sleep, where their body heals fully and thoroughly and prepares itself for future days. And they don't even notice at first that moment the dreaming ended, and they wake up the next morning as some of that sunlight creeping its way through their curtains of their window dancing across their face, creating gentle patterns of light in front of their eyes. And they awaken feeling so refreshed and revitalized, feeling like they've had the best night's sleep ever. And they were told that somewhere is a really good place to get a good night's sleep. And after waking and enjoying breakfast, they decide to set off from somewhere and keep on their journey in the same direction, following the path, the sun gently rising in the sky, continuing its journey, birds flying high, wildlife dancing from flower to flower, the meadows brimming with life, a family of deer enjoying a snack in the middle of a meadow, and while walking, they see someone down by a riverside, looking like they're washing something. And they head along towards that person. And the person appears to be washing some clothes in the water, and then hanging them up to dry out in the sun. And anybody introduces themselves, and somebody finds anybody friendly, and anybody enjoys talking to somebody. And for a little while they discussed nobody. And then anybody asks about someone. And somebody says they've not met someone. They've met nobody. And now they've obviously met anybody. They've not yet met someone. And anybody says that someone is the person to meet. And perhaps you should hand that model, that small sculpture, from nobody to them. Maybe they'll give you something in return. And anybody continues washing their clothes. And somebody continues walking along the side of the river. They walk past a large water wheel, sloshing its way through the river, hearing the grinding, turning of the wheel. They head over a stone bridge, continue following a path the other side of the stone bridge, finding their way round and into some woodland. And once again the sun is now heading into the evening. And while they continue, they see lights in the distance. And as evening sets in, so the crickets come out, rubbing their legs together, filling the woodland with sound. and they find their way to where the lights are coming from. It's a cabin deep in this wood. And they pass the sign for the cabin, and the sign just says here. And they head up to the door. They knock on the door. Someone answers the door and invites them in and says, "Welcome here. Here is the best place to be. Take a seat in front of the fire, relax down, and listen to me as I tell you a story about a scrappy little scamp with ears like a daffodil and a nose like a clamp and a memory as wise as an elephant and a tail as long as a story that sits people down and sings its songs of sand dunes, rain and glory, and in a slight sense of confusion, somebody sits down with someone and listens to someone talking while also enjoying the gentle crackle of the fire. And someone starts talking about how they enjoy going out camping and how they went out camping with their scrappy friend. And one day, while they're out camping with their scrappy friend, they found something really interesting. They awoke during the night to a curious sound. They went to explore, and what they found was a fairy flying through the woodland. And they followed that fairy until the fairy disappeared into a mushroom. They went to the mushroom, and on the mushroom it just said, "Eat me." And so they obliged. They consumed the mushroom, and it tingled and danced inside them. It fizzed and popped in their mind. And they found themselves turning to fairy dust and then sinking into the ground, following a mycelial network of that mushroom they'd eaten that weaved and connected all things. They found they were instantly somewhere and nowhere and everywhere all at once. And they felt a connection with all things. And they found that this seemed to be connected to a spring, and the spring was part of a stream of consciousness, and they had accessed this stream of consciousness, and the spring was just the mushroom in another form. And someone told somebody this story. And they said they were told one day somebody would come here, and they'll come from somewhere, but their journey will have started nowhere. And when somebody comes here, they'll bring something along that nobody gave them. But the thing that nobody gave them is something that someone would want. Because if somebody gives someone that thing, then that thing will allow them to imbue it with the magic that they learned from their experience. And handling that thing in the future will trigger that deep connection to universal consciousness. And so somebody gave someone that small little sculpture, and someone sat there in the middle of here. They held the sculpture, they closed their eyes, they absorbed themselves in the experience of channeling something through themselves. And somebody thought they could see fine threads of light appearing, connecting, interacting with someone there, almost like billions of threads attached to a marionette puppet. And someone became a being of light for a moment, before that light channeled through them into that small sculpture. And then the experience faded, and they handed the sculpture to somebody. And they said that you can now meditate while holding the sculpture, and you'll be able to access that all on your own. But in the meantime, it's getting late, so why not eat and stay for the night, and you can make your journey back home in the morning. And so somebody stayed for the night. And they had a very similar dream to before, only this time it meant more. And the next morning they awoke. They set off on their journey home. They left here. They passed somewhere. They made the journey all the way back until they arrived home. They placed that sculpture on a shelf. They'd learned the skills to be able to use that sculpture to be able to access that universal consciousness, to begin their journey of inner discovery. And once you'd read this book, while resting under the tree, and reached the final page, discovering you've read the whole book in a single sitting, you notice the sun looking so large as it gently tucks itself away behind distant trees, as the sky begins to go to sleep. and the temperature begins to cool. And so you begin to make your journey home. And once home, you place the book down. You think about what it is you've been expected to learn from the book. You're only on your first day of holiday from school, and you've already learned so much and finished the book. You think you'll probably read the book again. And as you sit in a chair, with the book on your lap, pondering the contents of the book, your hand resting on the surface of the book, you feel the weaves of thread around the outside of the book begin to weave and intertwine around your fingers, as if the book is holding your hand to hold you and it together. You gaze down at your hand. You see this happening. You see the threads begin to glow and fizz, and begin to merge with your hand, and you realize the contents of the book and the story you've read and the insights you've gained weren't a work of fiction, but an explanation that was going to help you understand how to access the same thing for yourself. And you feel yourself relaxing back in the chair, as if the book's connection with your hand is guiding you deep into a meditation. You feel your head relax back, your limbs get heavy, your breathing slow down, your consciousness expand. You see the threads stretching out as you had in the story, almost like infinite threads in infinite directions, stretching out and connecting like a universe of neurons. Where you're just a part of a whole, of beams of information travelling from neuron to neuron, where you instinctively and intuitively understand each other, feel that deep connection, begin to develop an inner wisdom and understand why the teacher saw what you were doing and decided you'd benefit from the wisdom of this book. And as you drift into this experience, so you feel yourself going deeper and deeper than you recall the character in the story doing. And you see the light spread out. You see a meadow form before you. And in the heart of the meadow, you see that spring, and that spring of consciousness bubbling before you begins to shift and change shape and form. The blueness of the water crystallizes and formalizes into the most beautiful blue crystal, gently spinning where the water was once moving, with light from somewhere unknown sparkling and illuminating the sides of the crystal as it moves, light dancing gently around. And then the base of the crystal slowly lowers itself down, gently into the ground. You hear a gentle crack and crunch, and see threads of light stretching out from the base of that crystal in all directions, like roots deeply embedding themselves in the ground, reaching down, reaching out in all directions. A bit like the mycelium network from the story. And then carefully the top of that blue crystal cracks and crumbles as a tree begins to form from the top of the crystal, the trunk creaking as it rises up, shaking, jerking slightly, forcing its way up, higher and higher. A dense, dark bark that begins to spread out and get wider than the crystal, leaving tiny specks of broken crystal around the base of the tree. The roots continuing to deepen and spread out, some thick, some thin and wispy. The tree growing taller and taller, before branches begin to erupt off the tree, and golden leaves begin to form on those branches, and yet the tree continues to grow and light dances around the tree, until all of a sudden the tree stops growing and seems to have reached its full height, and you watch on with the silence of this land, the stillness, and then you see wispy light, like threads of silk weaving their way around the trunk, wrapping themselves and weaving themselves around that trunk, climbing the tree, stretching out across the branches, reaching a thread to each single leaf. And then once each leaf is touched by a thread, there's a moment's silence before suddenly the tree bursts into flames with the sound of a torch being set on fire. And you can feel the warmth of that fire tree and see the way sparkles dance and emit from the fire. How the golden leaves are transformed into those sparkles and lifted in the column of hot air, and how those sparkles spread through the atmosphere, spread out in all directions, touching all things within the world around them, imbuing them with a little bit of that tree. And where they land, new consciousness forms. You see tiny dots of those golden leaves as they touch random places and then form into their own little threads, forming the seed of new consciousness, with the threads weaving out, set to reach out and connect these new consciousnesses with the universal consciousness, with part of this universal brain. And the experience continues on until there's stillness once more, and a certain lightness passes through your mind and body, a certain serenity, a deep sense of well-being, and a knowledge that you'll spend your time before going back to school learning and exploring what this means for you, for your education, for the future, knowing its profound significance and yet not fully understanding that. And when you head to bed, you find it so easy and effortless to close your eyes and drift peacefully and relaxed asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close, allow yourself to begin to relax, and as you gradually drift asleep, I'm just going to count down from 10, and while I count, you can imagine a healing light softly passing through your body, healing and relaxing the muscles, calming the mind. From 10, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the face, around the jaw, relaxing the muscles around your temple and your forehead, smoothing those muscles out, calming and softening deeper and deeper, so peacefully. 9 as that relaxation begins to work its way around the back of your head, slowly relaxing down the back of your neck, tingling gently with a deep sense of peace and comfort. And with each out breath that you take, you can find yourself relaxing deeper and deeper asleep. And as you relax deeper and deeper asleep, I don't know whether it's the sound of my voice that helps you drift deeper asleep, or whether it's the spaces between my words. Eight. And as that relaxation moves with the next out-breath down your neck, around your neck, deep within you, drifting, floating deeper and more peacefully relaxed. 7. The relaxation moving down those arms, around the shoulders and the shoulder blades, softening and relaxing the muscles, perhaps making those arms begin to feel heavier and heavier, just as the eyelids can feel heavier and more relaxed. 6. With that relaxation moving slowly down those arms, carefully inching its way towards those fingertips, bringing comfort and peace to the arms, to the hands, to those fingers. 5. Softly, slowly, carefully relaxing down around the chest, the upper back, and deep within you. And the relaxation can move to your stomach, your lower sides and your lower back. Relaxing so calmly as a mind and a body. 4. As the relaxation moves down around your bottom, down into your legs, carefully moving its way down towards your feet. 3. Moving all the way down, both legs deeper and deeper. And as the relaxation moves through your body, it can bring a deep sense of peace and calm, taking you to a place in your mind where you drift deeper and deeper asleep so easily and so effortlessly. Where your mind is so calm and peaceful, where sleep just seems to draw you in, where the mind slows right down to as that relaxation spreads around the lower legs, around the ankles, and all the way down into the feet. And one, feeling that relaxation through your whole body, like a wave of peace and comfort. And you know the process of sleep involves the body relaxing fully, as the mind begins to drift into its own reverie. Before passing into pleasant dreams. And as you continue listening to this and we move into the story, so you can sleep deeply and sleep well. All night long. And one day, the hedgehog is enjoying a good meal with friends. They sat around the bonsai tree, enjoying that good meal. The scent of the food wafting to their nostrils. The gentle sound of laughter. The clinking of crockery and clanging of cutlery. The sloshing of drinks into cups. And thudding of bottles onto tables. And the scent of that bonsai tree with its waxy leaves. And the soily scent of the pot of dirt the trees planted in. And the hedgehog's cheeks ache gently under the tension of hours of laughing and smiling. And their stomach feels as full as their heart. As the evening comes to an end, and they say their goodbyes, and they leave the venue, heading out into the fresh, cool air of a vast field. The gentle glow of light flickering from the hole they're just exiting. The nighttime, so clear, the stars like pinpricks of light dappled across the night sky. The faintest of breezes tickling the tops of the trees as they rustle their leaves so delicately, so calmly. Saying their goodbyes, and the hedgehog trundles through the meadow on their journey home, the cheeks still aching with the memories of the fun, the humour. And while walking home through this meadow, heading towards a distant bush, a gentle mist begins to roll in across the field. Like a calm wave rolling in to a sandy shore. And that gentle mist envelops the hedgehog as they walk. The moisture catching on their spines, forming tiny droplets of water. Pooling around their nose and dripping near their nostrils. And within this mist, the hedgehog notices some gentle twinkling, like lights from fireflies, only the light is soft and golden and hovers silently through the mist. And the mist brings a certain stillness to the environment. And then the golden lights begin to spread out almost like waves, until through the mist the golden bands of waves vibrating, undulating, humming with peace and calm. The sounds of the rustling leaves from the trees now a distant memory. And that golden light begins to brighten, and the humming becomes more directional, and the brightening light forms sharper before the hedgehog and begins to sink gently towards the ground like a dusting of golden icing falling on the top of a cake, drifting slowly through the mist to the ground. And the hedgehog continues to walk through this mist, and on the ground before them a path begins to form, a path made of golden light that's like threads of grass weaving gently together, each golden blade of grass weaving with the couple of blades beside it, and that weave seeming to form from the outside of the path, with the blades of grass moving to the center and spreading off, disappearing into the mist. And the braided golden grass feels more solid to walk on. The hedgehog's feet making the dullest sound on that grass, following that secret golden path deeper and deeper into the mist, with a sense of wonder and curiosity. And the hedgehog is aware that this is an unusual experience. This path isn't normally here. It's normally just a straight walk through the field, through meadows, back to their home under a bush. And yet here they are, following a secret golden path which has appeared within a magical mist. And as they continue walking, so the mist seems to thicken around them. Becoming increasingly difficult to see through that mist in any direction but along the path. Almost like walking through milk. And then before them, the mist begins to shimmer. Silver sparkles begin to shine. They continue to walk along this golden path, passing through the shimmering, shining, sparkling patch of mist before them. And as they pass through the shimmering, sparkling mist, so they feel a tingle through their body, like the faintest hint of electricity dances through their spines, from the tip of their nose to the rear of their body. And as that begins to fade, a stillness sets in, and the mist begins to clear. And they're in a strange environment they've never seen before. They're walking along a path, past shops and other businesses. And they no longer seem to be a hedgehog. They seem to have taken on the form of a human. And it takes a moment for them to get used to the feeling of walking on two legs, of seeing the ground so far away while they're walking, of being able to independently move their front two legs and seeing the hands at the end of them. And they almost trip over while distracted, staring at those hands, looking at the fronts, the backs, taking hold with both hands of their collar, feeling and looking down at the suit they're wearing. Passing by a shop front, catching a glimpse of themselves in the window, stopping for a moment to admire what they look like, turning around and looking at their back, looking at their front, smiling and looking at the strange teeth they have, feeling their back and the absence of spines, and feeling compelled with curiosity to want to know more about the experience, which feels so real to them. They don't feel like they've fallen asleep or accessed an altered state of any kind. They feel like only moments ago they're walking through the meadow. They continue on through this town. And the sun is just setting beyond the end of the street. The sky here is darkening. The moon is casting its silvery glow. Everything begins to take on the most beautiful blue hue. But the shops aren't shutting just yet. And as they walk toward a bookshop, they see the door is open and someone stood in that doorway. A friendly old man with a grey, bushy beard, long, scraggly grey hair, and the most charming smile, revealed by the lines around their eyes. And this person invites them over, and they head over towards the front of the bookshop. And the person reaches out with two hands and takes hold of one of the hands of the hedgehog and vigorously shakes the hand, saying, "Welcome, Mr. Hedgehog. We've been expecting you. It's so exciting to have you here visiting. Everything's prepared for you." They introduce themselves as Walter Lilly. And Walter then lets go of the shaking hand, the hedgehog's hand still slightly shaking on its own. They step aside and gesture with one hand for the hedgehog to head into the shop. And the hedgehog walks into the bookshop, smelling that old book smell, seeing dust motes dancing in the light of lamps dotted down the aisles, feeling the stillness in the shop as the rows of books absorb the sound. And Walter closes the door behind the hedgehog, the door tringing as it shuts. They lock the door and turn the sign to closed. They then walk past the hedgehog, saying, come on, follow me. As they walk, the hedgehog through the bookshop, and at the back of the shop is a doorway with a thick velvet curtain hanging across the space. They push through the velvet curtain. It swings back into place. The hedgehog pushes through the curtain, feeling the texture, the weight, the movement of that velvet curtain, letting go as they pass by. And Walter says that they have something to show them, and they take them to a desk, and they place on that desk a strange-looking letter, and they say that this letter has been in this shop for many, many years. An explorer came here years ago. They placed this letter here, told us to look after it. Walter then reaches over and out of a ornate box, they take a pocket watch. They pop the pocket watch open, the sound of it ticking, the hands gently moving. They say with the letter was this pocket watch. And they told us exactly when a visitor would arrive. It's when the pocket watch showed a very specific time. And on the pocket watch, the hedgehog notices there's more hands than expected. There's a line on the watch, and there's a hand on that line. And Walter explains that that hand has slowly been moving around the watch. And it's taken years for that hand to move until it meets the line. And they knew that someone would be here when it reached that line. And the hedgehog asks, who delivered the watch and the letter, and what does it have to do with them? And they say that they don't fully know. All they know is that many years ago, long before they or even a blink in someone's eye, this was left here. But today, as the pocket watch reached that line, the pocket watch began to glow, a golden glow. And as it glowed that golden glow, so the world seemed somehow different. And then just as the glow faded, you appeared to be walking down the street. And they say, so I knew, you must be for here. And now here you are, to hear this tale. And the hedgehog, with curiosity, picks up the pocket watch, feels the weight of that watch in their hand, the coolness of the metal against their skin, the texture of the metal of the face, of the glass over the face, of the case, of the back of the case. Puts it up against their ear and listens to the ticking and the movement of the mechanism within that watch. And they ask, what am I supposed to do? Why do I need to be here? And Walter says that apparently you're the only one who can decode the letter. And out of the same ornate box the pocket watch was in, they take a little velvet pouch. They carefully open the drawstring at the top of the pouch, removing a pendulum. And the pendulum has a little ball of silver attached to a silver chain, and at the foot of the silver chain is a spiral silver spike. They hand it to the hedgehog and explain that you should be able to use this, move it over the letter, focus on decoding the letter, and so the hedgehog holds the pendulum over the different sentences and words on that letter, and says, I don't know what to do. And Walter says, just focus. Imagine a healing light gently passing down through your head, calming your body, relaxing your shoulders, your back, all the muscles through to the tips of your toes. Imagine all of your attention on the tip of that pendulum, right on the tip of the spike. Look down at that spike. Look at the very tip of the pendulum. Feel the weight of the pendulum between the fingers. Place all of your attention there. Begin to feel one with the pendulum. And just ask if it's possible for the pendulum to give you the answers. And if it moves, you'll know it is. And the hedgehog breathes in and out, relaxing deeper and deeper, breathing in and out, going deeper and deeper into the experience. The mind feeling free and open as the pendulum begins to swing softly in clockwise circles, and they know they're not doing this. It feels like it's happening all by itself. And they ask the pendulum if this means yes. And the pendulum swings harder and faster in circles. And they ask, can you give me a sign to say no? And the pendulum slows down and then begins swinging back and forth, back and forth. And then they ask the pendulum to go still. And they say, can you translate this coded letter? And they carefully and very slowly move the pendulum across the letter, and they notice that it begins to move in circles over certain letters within the letter. And Walter writes down the letters as the hedgehog just focuses on allowing the experience to happen. And by the time the hedgehog has been across the whole letter, they drift back from their experience. They look up at Walter. They ask Walter what it revealed. Walter says that it just says, present hotel. And the hedgehog asks if this means anything to them. And Walter says that down the street, on the left, is a hotel. Perhaps it means that hotel. And so they take the letter and the pocket watch in case they'll need it later. And they take the pendulum in the little pouch, and they leave the bookshop, head down the street, head over to the hotel, and they ask if they can spend the night in the hotel, whether there are any rooms available. And the person in the hotel explains that there's one room that's free right now. and they get handed the key. They head to that room, and the room smells so clean and fresh. The windows ajar, and there's the fresh air smell filling the room. They close the window. They sink into the corner of the bed as they sit down. They find themselves softly touching the sheets of the bed. They lie back on the bed, legs hanging onto the floor, gazing at the ceiling, feeling a deep sense of tiredness, but still curious about what they should learn, whether this hotel is the next clue. And they slide themselves back on the bed so their head can rest on the pillows. They take out the letter, analyse the letter some more. They look at that watch. And while they rest there, gazing at the ceiling, they hear a faint hum, similar to the hum they heard in the mist. They move their head slightly left and right, gradually triangulating the hum. Moving to different points around the room, moving their head until they realise it's coming from the large oak wardrobe in the corner of the room. They head over to the wardrobe and open the doors. And behind the two dressing gowns hanging in the wardrobe is what looks like a glowing electric blue portal. And they step through that portal. And they find themselves in a meadow. And the meadow looks vaguely familiar. And they're here as this human standing in this meadow. And they crouch down onto their knees. Then they lower their head down sideways until their ear is being tickled by the grass. And from this perspective, they realise this meadow is their meadow. But perhaps as it looked a long, long time ago. And they stand back up again, walking through the meadow, and they see before them that at this time, beyond the hedge, at the far end of the meadow, is a yellow road, and they follow that yellow road. And it swings around past a curious house that doesn't exist in their time. And this house smells of gingerbread and looks like it has a marshmallow roof. And as they walk around the side of the house, they notice the sides of the house, down the corners, is padded with what feels like marshmallow. They squidge that in their hands. They smell the sweet marshmallow scent. They continue following this road until they eventually find their way to a swamp. And this swamp seems to have marshmallows floating on its surface, and a frog resting on a marshmallow, croaking, before leaping into the water. And the ripples spread out, reach the shore, lap at the shore, and then that frog suddenly appears at the hedgehog's feet and asks them to follow. And without question, they begin to walk into this water. They walk up to their waist and then crouch down to be underwater, taking a deep breath, diving down and following that frog, feeling the peace and stillness of being underwater, how everything moves so slow and gentle. And they follow that frog towards a golden light. And the frog passes through the golden light, and they follow through that golden light. And they exit the golden light as if just walking out into a vast chamber, like a chamber of a palace. And the frog leaps into the air and transitions into a person. And they're wearing tucks and tails. And they guide the hedgehog deeper into this chamber, footsteps echoing behind them, seeing that golden, glowing orb they just came through. And in the heart of this chamber is a golden bottle. And they walk over to the golden bottle, and the frog tells them, "You've been invited to make one wish." And the hedgehog says they don't understand. And they say, "Just give that golden bottle a rub, and you will." And with their sleeve they gently rub the side of the golden bottle, and a puff of purple smoke erupts from the top of the bottle. It begins to fill the room, before sinking down to one spot in the room and coalescing and forming from that purple smoke is a genie. And this genie says that you've been chosen to have a wish. What would you wish for? And the hedgehog says, there's nothing I really wish for. I've got everything I want. I've got friends. I'm in good health. I have a good life. I'm curious about the wonder, the mystery of the world. And the genie says that's what drew the magical connection through space and time to you, your curiosity and wonder. And the hedgehog says, well, until tonight, I was curious what it would be like to be a human, being so tall, walking on two legs. They have very different lives to us hedgehogs. But I obviously don't have that curiosity now. I've experienced it. And the genie says that you've only experienced it if you wish it. And the hedgehog says, well, but I have experienced it. And the genie says, well, then you must have wished it. And the hedgehog responds, but I haven't wished it. And the genie says, well, then you haven't experienced it. So if you've experienced it, you must wish it. And the hedgehog says, well, I would wish it if I hadn't already experienced it. And the genie says, you would what? And the hedgehog says, wish it. And the genie says, what? And the hedgehog says, that I could be a human to experience what it's like. And the genie says, your wish is granted. And the hedgehog says, but I've already experienced it. How can you grant a wish I've already experienced? And the genie just says, paradox, and smiles and says, I hope you learn what it is you want to learn from your experience as a human. And the genie asks, as a human, what would you like to do? And the hedgehog says that they would love to travel around, ride a horse, go from one town to another, climb some stairs, stay in a hotel, read a proper book, go out on a boat on the ocean. And they list all these things they'd love to do. And so the genie creates a portal, and the portal whirls and whirs, and joined by the frog, the hedgehog walks through the portal, and they find themselves in a really old world. They recognize this as the town they were in earlier, only it all looks so much older. The bookshop's still there, the hotel's still there, but most of the other places are yet to be what they were. And they walk through the town. They mount some horses and ride out of the town. The hedgehog bobbing up and down on horseback, finding it uncomfortable at first as they gradually get their stride and learn to ride. And they ride for miles until they find a seashore. They light a campfire on the seashore. They rest by that campfire, listening to the waves lapping on the shore. They watch as night sets in and the moon begins to dip low in the horizon. Its silver light dancing across the tops of the waves. The cool sea breeze wafting across the shore. Shadows dancing with the flames. They settle down for the night, drifting so peacefully asleep, awakening the next morning as the sun begins to rise. There's a small rowboat up on the shore a little way away. Together they pull that out into the water, wading up to their waists before climbing into the boat and rowing out into the water, bobbing up and down on the waves. The sounds of the oars pushing that water back, sloshing, pushing, sloshing, pushing. They pull the oars onto the boat. They spend a little while just resting on the boat, gently bobbing up and down with the waves. The hedgehog drifts into a reverie, absorbed in the experience. As the day continues on and the sun finds its way overhead, they row the boat back to shore, putting in some extra effort to push hard to get that boat to ground itself as it slides its way noisily up onto the shore. They climb off the boat. They walk a little way from the shore. The hedgehog scrambles up a tree, reaching up, grabbing the branches, pulling themselves up, climbing up among the branches, lying back on one of the branches, resting their back against the trunk, hanging upside down from a branch, with their legs wrapped over the top of the branches, really taking advantage of being a human for a while. And after a full day of being a human, the frog says that it's time to go. But there are some things you have to do on the way. They head back into the town, riding those horses back. They go to the bookshop, and the frog says, "You've got some items to leave here." They leave that letter. The frog takes the watch and sets the watch and tells the owner to pass this down through the generations, and your shop is going to be successful for many generations to come. When this hand on this watch reaches that mark there on the face, the watch will activate, and a visitor will arrive at the shop, and they'll know how to decode this letter, and they'll use this pendulum to do so. And the shopkeeper's curious. They place it all into a box. They place that box into a corner. They say they promise to look after it. The frog then says it's time for us to make our way back to where we came from. And they leave the bookshop. They head over to the hotel. They check in to that specific room. The frog opens the wardrobe and places what looks like a penny stuck upright into the very back of the wardrobe and wedges that down in among the woodwork at the back of the wardrobe, and seems to scrape the top of the penny with an object. And then they come back out from the wardrobe and close the doors, and they say, "That won't get discovered, and it'll activate itself, creating a portal exactly when you know when, for you to find it in the future." And then they leave, and they say they've got somewhere else to be, but they'll be back to see the hedgehog in the morning, downstairs after breakfast. And they say they'll settle up and pay what's owed. There's nothing for you to worry about. And so the hedgehog says goodbye as they leave. They rest back on that bed, feeling the familiarity of the bed, like they felt when they laid back on it before. Only this time, when they push themselves back and rest their head on their pillow, they drift easily and effortlessly asleep. They dream of magical times, of strange places, of wonder and curiosity, then drift into the deepest, calmest sleep. And the next morning they go and they enjoy breakfast, and they see that frog, and together they head back, down through the town, finding their way back to the portal, back to the genie. The frog confirms with the genie that everything's set in place for the paradox to take effect. And the genie asks some questions about what the hedgehog has learned by spending some time as a human, about this different perspective on life. And one of the things the hedgehog shares is that they're aware of the stories they'll have to tell, that they don't think anyone will believe them when they say it. But it also gave them this unique, very different experience of the world. And that it turns out humans think so differently to hedgehogs and have a very different experience of the world, being so much taller and bipedal. And the genie heads back to the bottle. They leap into the air, instantly turning to purple smoke and lowering themselves down into that bottle. And the frog guides the hedgehog back through the portal as they rise up through that swamp. And as they walk back out onto the shore, the frog is now a frog again. And it croaks at the hedgehog before leaping back in the water and then leaping out the water back onto that marshmallow. And the hedgehog walks back the way they came, finds their way back through this strange version of the land that they know, back through the meadow, finding their way out into that room. They find themselves, as it's still night time, settling down in bed, drifting asleep again in this hotel room, waking the next day, enjoying their breakfast. And when they sign the visitor's book, they flick back over some of the pages and they see the entry from centuries earlier. Their name, the frog's name. They smile. They head back to the bookshop and they hand the items back at the bookshop, saying they had the experience they expected to have. They share the experience and the tale of the paradox before leaving the bookshop, following that road back away from the town, And as they walk, so a mist begins to form. They find themselves walking back through the meadow, discovering they're a hedgehog on all fours, with drops of water condensing on their spines. And the mist begins to clear. And they hear the genie's voice, just saying that was my gift to you. And as they turn around, the mist has cleared. The night is as it was when they started walking home, as if no time has passed. And they continue home, arriving at that hedge, heading into their home under the hedge, enjoying a cup of drink and relaxing for a little while before heading to bed, pondering the experience they've had and drifting and floating so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax as I count comfortably from 10 down to 1. And while I count, you can imagine a healing light passing through your body, healing and softening the muscles, gently calming the mind. From 10, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the face, around your temple and your forehead, and the back of the head, and around your jaw and your eyes, smoothing those muscles so calmly, so softly, so carefully, relaxing deeper and deeper. 9, as that relaxation gradually works its way around the back of your head, slowly relaxing down the back of your neck, tingling gently with peace and calm and comfort, and guiding relaxation deeper down through you with each out-breath that you take, breathing in calm and comfort, breathing out any tension. That's it. And with each out-breath that you take, you can find yourself relaxing deeper and deeper asleep. And I don't know, as you relax deeper and deeper asleep, whether it'll be the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words that help you drift deeper and deeper asleep. 8. As that relaxation moves with the next out-breath, down your neck, around your neck, deep within you, drifting, floating deeper and more peacefully relaxed. That's it. 7. That relaxation, moving carefully and slowly down those arms and around those shoulders and the shoulder blades, softening and relaxing those muscles. Perhaps making those arms begin to feel heavier and heavier, in the same way that the eyelids can feel heavier and more relaxed. 6. With that relaxation, moving down those arms, it can begin to reach the fingertips, bringing a deep sense of comfort and peace to those fingers. 5. That's it. Relaxing down around the chest, the upper back and deep within you. Healing comfortably. Relaxation can then move slowly towards your stomach and your lower sides and your lower back, softening and relaxing so calmly as a mind and body. 4, that's it, all the way as that relaxation moves down around your bottom and down into your legs, slowly moving down towards your feet. 3, that's it, moving all the way down those legs, deeper and deeper down, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm. Perhaps taking you to a place in your mind where you drift deeper and deeper asleep, so easily and effortlessly, so honestly and completely, where your mind becomes so calm and peaceful, where sleep just seems to draw you in, where the mind slows right down. That's it. 2, as relaxation spreads around those lower legs, down around the ankles and down into the feet. 1, feeling that relaxation through your whole body, like a healing wave of peace and comfort. And you know the process of sleep involves the body relaxing fully. As the mind begins to drift off into its own reverie before passing into pleasant dreams. And as you continue listening to this, and we move into the story, so you can sleep deeply and sleep well all night long. And one day you're walking through a quaint high street, and it's a cobbled street with old shops. Many of the shops have existed here for hundreds of years, with many of the buildings being many hundreds of years old. Their wooden beams and white facades. And it's early evening on a cool winter's day, and the shop fronts are glowing so invitingly, and people are wrapped up warm as they walk through this quaint town. And you see in the distance a sign sticking out from the wall, the sign just says, "Inner Focus Bookshop." And you feel drawn towards that bookshop. You walk along the cobbled street, hearing the sound of each footstep as you go, feeling the coolness of the air on your cheeks. You approach the door of the bookshop, and as you approach, you can see through the window the old books laid out just inside that bookshop. The soft, orangey glow of the lights within the bookshop. You push on the door to open it, and it sticks just for a moment before releasing, and you feel the tension of that door as you open it, and it knocks a bell that's attached to the door frame, jingling that bell, and you're hit with a wave of comfortable warmth and the orange glow of the bookshop. And you enter that bookshop, closing the door behind you, pushing it to and then having to give it one last little push to fully close it. And as it closes in the frame, so the bell jingles just ever so delicately again. And there's a certain stillness and quiet to this bookshop. And the ground in this bookshop is carpeted with the thickest, softest carpet that dulls every step that you take. And in this muted sound space, you begin to explore those shelves. And there are many shelves in this bookshop, all filled with old tomes. And behind the counter are shelves full of ancient manuscripts and even older books. And next to the counter is a glass cabinet containing some rare works. And on the counter are some piles of old books waiting to be placed on shelves. A really old looking cash register, and a stack of really old maps. And every movement you make seems to stimulate a slight waft of old book smell. And you walk around initially, looking at what books are in here, taking a look at the category names. And you walk down one side, then up the other, and then weave among the bookshelves in the middle. And once you have an idea of what's within this bookshop, you decide to go to the books that most interest you. And you head to those shelves and take a few books. And very carefully, with great care, you work your way through some of those pages, putting aside a couple of books you think you'll purchase. And at the back of the shop, there's an area that isn't very well lit. That's its own little nook. And being its own little nook, the light doesn't quite reach here. But as you approach the bookshelf here, so you hear the sound of a million tinkling bells, just so faintly, you almost wonder if it's a sound in your mind or a sound from outside of you. And you see that there's a row of books, all with curious names, sounding esoteric, or like they describe ancient knowledge and wisdom, the kind of thing often hidden from modern day shelves. And as you explore those books, you find some of them curious. But what becomes more curious than the books themselves is that you realize the shelf itself is what is tingling. That sound isn't coming from any book. It's coming from the actual shelf. And as you shine a light on the shelf, so you notice it looks like it's got the finest coating of dust that sparkles in the light. You run your finger through that dust, and the sparkling dust wafts gently off the shelf, some of it falling through the light, twinkling its way towards the ground. And as your finger reaches the end of the shelf, so there's a gentle flash of light, so soft you almost think you just blinked. But as the light clears, you just feel like the environment is different. The stillness is still still, but that stillness has now changed slightly. And you can't quite at first put your finger on it. And you step around. You look behind you and the shop looks different. You realize that thick carpet isn't beneath your feet. The sound isn't quite as dulled as it was before. And it's only a subtle thing, but something that you noticed. And you see, when you turn back, that where the shelf once was is now a door, and it's a purple, glowing, glistening, magical-looking door. And you reach for the doorknob with deep curiosity. You carefully open the door. The weight of the door swinging so gently, almost effortlessly. And the other side of the door, you see an illuminated room in pristine condition, with really curious and magical looking decorations, with walls of drapes in purples, and in the heart of the room is a stone well with a bucket hanging above that well. And you walk over to the well and you lower the bucket, and you keep lowering it until you hear it splush into the water. And then you raise that bucket back up. And the water in the bucket is a sparkling, pinky purple colour, like liquid electricity. And you feel this compulsion to place your hands into that bucket, to scoop some of that water and drink some of that water from your hands. And as you do that, you feel the water so cool passing in through your mouth, down your throat, tingling through your body, reaching the tips of your fingers, filling your mind with intense wisdom. You feel this compulsion to sit down and write, and near the well is a pad of parchment. And a fountain pen, and a little glass jar of purple fountain pen ink. Then you add some of that ink to the pen and begin writing, almost unconsciously, just the hand writing on its own. The pen scratching on that parchment as you rapidly write, as if something deeper than thoughts is transmitted straight to the hand, where you're almost an observer on the writing taking place before you. And the writing begins to describe an old bakery that used to be situated here hundreds of years ago. And the baker used to make the most incredible muffins. And while you write, so you start to smell that smell of those muffins. You start to hear the sounds of the bakery, the sounds of customers arriving and ordering food, some sitting down at one of the few tables, enjoying eating in. And you write about this baker who made these most incredible muffins. They'd wake up at 5 a.m. every day. They'd head to their bakery. They'd bake the food for the day. People would turn up early and queue outside, waiting for the bakery to open. The smell of the baked goods wafting down the street, almost like a lure, capturing passers-by, luring them in to the bakery. And the baker never revealed what their secret was behind making such perfect muffins. And you find yourself writing about how that baker was so revered, and then how that baker had a magic book And inside that book was a recipe for infusing happiness within baked goods. And so they infused each muffin with a dollop of happiness. And people would come from far and wide to feel happy from consuming those muffins. But the ingredients the baker needed meant that once a year, at a certain time when the moon was in a certain place in the sky, and the tide changed just right, the baker would go on a trip. They'd have to get on a raft, heading out to sea, finding their way to an area out to sea that was only possible to reach when the tide was at its absolute lowest. And they would dive down from the raft into the shallow water. They'd swim down into an underwater cave, and a short distance into the cave they would come out into a chamber, and they'd walk out into that chamber that was free from water, and within that chamber was a red door. And they'd open that door, and through the door was a curious space, a space of glowing mushrooms. And these glowing mushrooms seemed to grow with the moist walls and the water gently flowing down those walls was filtering from the ocean overhead. And something about the interaction between that water and whatever was within the rocks that was then consumed by the growing mushrooms contained a chemical that, when added to those pies, led to those pies being able to bring happiness. And so the baker once a year would come to this space, would cut the mushrooms from the walls, and as they were cut, so that would trigger their spores to release, and the spores would catch in the breeze in this space and flow around, creating a cloud that would float up to the roof of the cave and mix and mingle. And the mushrooms would fall down and float in the water. And in the base of this space, the moist walls created a thin layer of water on the floor. And they would pick up those mushrooms, fill a bag with the mushrooms, and over a period of time, the spores would settle and fill the cave, sticking to the walls, falling to the floor. And the life cycle of this mushroom would continue again. And they'll dive back through that hole, head back to their raft, find the way back to their bakery. And out the back of their bakery, they had a warm room. And they'd hang those mushrooms in that warm room. And the mushrooms would dry off over a number of days. And a number of days later, they'll take those mushrooms and turn the mushrooms into powder and fill jars with that powder and then use that powder in their cooking, lacing the muffins with the powder, and the taste was barely noticeable. But the muffins would now bring happiness. And you continue to write this story of the baker as it seems to flood in your mind. It turns into something of a lullaby. Telling the story of the baker on a sunny day, sharing their baked goods at a church sale, raising money for those in need. People coming from far and wide, from other towns, just to buy the muffins at the church sale. The community rallying around the baker. And the baker begins to wonder whether the people of the community only like the fact that they bake this food they like. They start to doubt whether people like them as an individual. And so they decide to do a test. They bake fruit pies, they bake bread. And they don't lace things for a little while with the mushrooms. And although people acknowledge that these products don't have that special something that the muffins have, they smile and they come in. And they appreciate the baker for who they are, not just for what they do. And the baker continues to go back to baking those muffins. And you find yourself obsessively writing this whole life story of the baker as they reach an age where they meet somebody. They get married. They have the grandest wedding in this town. They bake the food for their own wedding. They have children and bake the birthday cake for their children. Their children grow up and leave home and set off on their own lives, and the baker enjoys sitting down and reading letters as they receive them about the adventures of their children. And the town evolves around them. And the baker gets older and older, but continues doing what they've always done. And it feels such a compulsion to write this baker's story, as if it's a story that needed to be told. And as a grandfather, the baker made the most incredible sticky cake with maple syrup. And it was the largest cake they'd ever made. And the whole town gathered round to eat it. And the baker felt they needed to share their story. They needed to share about those mushrooms. They felt it was important to continue that on. They'd learnt it secretly at a young age. From a traveller to the town. And they never had the chance to share that story. But the mushrooms were in this room. And they poured a jar of the mushroom powder into the well. And they infused the mushroom powder with their dreams, with their memories. They knew the magic of the mushrooms. They knew that one day someone would arrive who could tell their story for them. And after compulsively writing the story, you head back out of this room. You close the door and turn around, and as you do, the strangest thing happens. You find yourself in that bookshop. You turn back to face the door to see the shelves. The bookshop is back as a normal bookshop. You talk to the member of staff in this bookshop. You ask about what was here before, and they tell you about the bakery and the incredible baker that used to own that bakery, and how this bookshop was opened on the site of the bakery. And that was hundreds of years ago, and this has been in the family for generations as a bookshop. And you leave the bookshop, having looked at a few more of the books. You continue on through the town, heading to a tavern, asking if they have a room for the night. You head up to the room. You settle down in the room, and while relaxing, you think about the experience. Think about what you've written, and how that written work is now stored in a magical room that seems to appear and disappear. You realize that it's only a few more weeks until the night when the moon is in the right place, and the tide is just right. And you know from your memories from writing, from connecting with the baker and their experience, where you'd have to go to find that room. And so you stay here for a few more nights, spending time in this area during the days, before making your journey towards the coast. And you know where you're heading on the coast. And you stay in a hotel near the shore. And then on the day, the moon's just in the right place. You head out to sea, only you don't do it on a raft. You have a slightly better boat, and you row out from the shore. You reach the point you need to be at. You drop an anchor, dive in, swim down into that cave, and you find that chamber. You open the door to discover a room crammed with mushrooms, unused for centuries, going through their natural life cycle here, but unchecked. You take some of those mushrooms, head back to the boat, head back to the shore. And back at the hotel room, you wonder what you should do. It feels like the mushrooms need someone to be a baker, someone to make use of them, someone to be the caretaker of the mushrooms, to harvest them, to keep them in check. You explore whether you can find any of the relatives of the baker. And you find one relative who lives in the mountains. And so a few days later, you head into those mountains, trekking up in the mountains, following a mountainous path up into the snow. The wind rushing around your head, finding your way to an old mountain temple. You head into that mountain temple, knock on the door, and a solitary person answers the door. You explain who you are, where you came from. You tell the story of the baker. You explain about the mushrooms. And this distant relative has led a very spiritual life, seeking inner happiness and peace, searching for the meaning of life. And you explain that while they're up here on their own, year after year, seeking the meaning of life, they're missing out on what the baker discovered about the meaning of life, that the meaning of life is to bring happiness and joy to others. Is to reach the end of your life without regrets, aware that you're going to live on in the hearts and minds of those who knew you, in the changes you've made, in those lives you've touched. And the baker decided that was the meaning of life, and they lived that life. And you share some of those mushrooms with this distant relative. And they mix up some tea with the mushrooms, and together you both drink that tea and have a shared experience. Something which seems hallucinated, yet seems almost real in that both of you were joined in sharing that experience together. And they experience the life of the baker. They learn what the mushrooms can do. They find a deep insight that stimulates them to make a change in life, to find a use for the mushrooms in a life they can create that's compatible with them. And they accept that they'll become the keeper of the mushrooms. Every year, on just the right night, they'll gather up and harvest the mushrooms. And they'll find somebody who they can begin to train up as an apprentice, who can then take over from them when the time is right. And they thank you for your support and for the changes you'll make to the lives of many by helping this one person to see things in a whole new way. And you descend the mountain. And you've had visions of what the future will hold, how things will change because of your actions. And it brings a deep and warm, fuzzy feeling within you. And it's a long journey home. But once home, you reflect on the experience you had. You're curious about visiting that town again, exploring that bookshop, and meeting again with that distant relative of the baker. And once home, you've held on to some of the mushrooms, And from time to time you sprinkle a little bit of mushroom powder on the top of your drinks. And not only does it help you feel so peaceful and calm, but it gives a certain connection and understanding. Somehow you have a deeper connection with those mushrooms than when others consume them because of the experience you've had. Then you head to bed, and feeling so relaxed and deeply comfortable, you drift and float peacefully asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable. And imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count down from 10 to 1, and with each count your mind can quieten and calm down. The muscles through your body can soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out-breath, that relaxation can deepen, so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes, around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax. With the relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. as that relaxation begins to move down those arms. And I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps and triceps, down into the forearms, seven, moving all the way down to the wrists, palms of the hands, down to the fingertips, and perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms with each out breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in, and you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax. And while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream, initially to brief moments of reveries, before settling on the first dream of the night. Six, and that healing light can spread down from the shoulder blades and from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles, gently calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. Five, the healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calmness to your upper body, releasing any tension. Perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get a little more comfortable. 4, with that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into your upper legs. 3, passing that relaxation down towards the lower legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier. And maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside, more on what's going on for you in your mind, you lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2, the relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing all the way down to the tips of your toes. 1, as a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander. Into tonight's sleep story. And as you relax into tonight's sleep story, you find yourself walking through a prehistoric world. There are tall trees towering overhead. Large ferns and broad leaf plants. And the air is humid, and that moisture is gathering on the leaves, pooling on those leaves, drips flowing down those leaves, finding crevices to journey down the leaf before reaching the tip of the leaf, gathering up and then dropping to the ground, splushing on the ground with a gentle thud and a slight puff of dirt. And you're walking through this prehistoric landscape. The sound of each footstep pushing through the undergrowth. The different sounds of ancient animals. And as you push out into a clearing, so you look over a valley, and down in that valley is a herd of long-necked dinosaurs. And even from this distance you can see, with each step that they take, the trees around them vibrate as the ground shakes gently. And as that herd of long-necked dinosaurs finds an area of foliage, you watch the way that they eat. They don't lift their heads up to the tops of trees or stand on their hind legs. They move their head as far as they can to the left. And at the height of their head, in a narrow range, they consume vegetation. And gradually, almost like the way a typewriter slowly moves with the typing, they move their head along, eating the foliage a little further along, and then along a little further and a little further still. And so they remain planted on the spot, standing in one location, while their head moves on their long neck, swinging from left to right, eating foliage in a narrow strip around the height of their head. And then they take a step forward and repeat this process. Of swinging the head from one side to the other while eating. And you watch as an entire herd gathers and does this the way they space themselves, each having its own area to eat. And you watch as smaller dinosaurs gather around those dinosaurs, eating leaves that fall to the ground. And taking advantage of the slight clearings created by these dinosaurs walking through. And as you look over the valley, you can see a wide river passing down the middle of that valley. Way off in the distance on the other side of the river, the valley continues to a cliff similar to what you're on at this side. And the valley is so green and lush, full of vegetation, herds of dinosaurs. Different creatures flying in the sky. The light glistening gently on the top of the river water. Some dinosaurs gathering around the edge of the water, grabbing a drink. Others in a narrow herd, crossing that water, heading off to the far side of the valley. And you can see a narrow path down into the valley, following it down gently and carefully from the cliff you're on down to the valley floor. And as you descend, so you head down past tall trees towering in this valley, hugging the edge of the cliff. Hearing the rustling of the trees as the wind blows a breeze. Seeing some small mammals creeping around in the treetops, almost like prehistoric squirrels, running around, playing around the trunks, running along thick branches, jumping from tree to tree, keeping themselves out the way up here, high in the canopies. you descend below those treetops, finding your way all the way to the valley floor, and crunching through the undergrowth. You walk among those trees, finding your way out into the clearing of the valley, among tall grasses and other wild plants. And you hear a buzzing and see a giant dragonfly flying just a little way off in the distance, really admiring the iridescence of the wings, the speed that they're moving, the control the dragonfly has as it flies around and manages to stop and hover, and even manages to fly backwards at points. And you head across this valley, through the open space, getting closer and closer to the herds of dinosaurs. And as you get closer, so you begin to feel the vibrations through the ground with each step that they take, almost hearing the sound of each step through your feet, through the low rumbling frequencies given off by each step they take. And their limbs look like tree trunks. And it's almost a wonder how they manage to lift those legs and take any steps at all. And you continue to watch the way they feed and get closer and closer, absorbed in the excitement of seeing these dinosaurs, of learning how they live. And you head through the herd, finding your way towards that shallow and wide river. And the closer you get to the water, the fresher the air smells. You begin to hear the sound of the water, the gentle flowing sound along the edge of that river, as the water interacts with the bank. You watch as different dinosaurs come over to the river, the way they stop and take some time to drink some water. And you follow the edge of this river, heading through the center of this valley. And as you continue to walk, curious, learning, making your observations, So the sun continues passing across the sky and begins to gently set. And there's just the faintest wispy clouds in the sky. You can see those stars being turned on one by one in the night sky. And you see way off in the distance a gentle golden glowing, seeming to come from within the water of this river. And so you walk towards that glowing light as the sun continues to set. And the closer you get to the glowing light, the more you begin to hear a gentle hum, the most pleasant frequency. And you find your way to the bit of shore nearest to that glowing underwater light. And you see what looks like a glowing orb within the water, just beneath the surface, with the water above that glowing orb rippling slightly as the orb seems to spin and pulse gently. And you dive into the water and you swim towards the orb. And the closer you get, the more you feel a gentle tingling through your mind and body, until you reach that orb and swim within it. And the boundary from outside the orb to inside the orb doesn't feel like anything. It's just no different to swimming through water. It's just that you go from being outside of delight to inside of it, and you swim into it, and in a flash there's silence and stillness and a deep sense of relaxation. And you're aware that you're sitting on dry land. And as you open your eyes here, you can feel that water running gently down you, still wet from being underwater. And you can see that it's night time here, but the air is a comfortable temperature. And buzzing over to you, you see a glowing green light. And as that glowing green light gets closer, so you notice it's a green fairy. And they invite you to come with them and guide you through this landscape. You notice the sky above, the pattern of stars is different to where you just were. And you walk through the tall grasses, this landscape having a gentle dark blue hue under a soft moonlit night, the sounds of crickets surrounding you. Such a soft sound, deeply calming. And you follow that fairy, and they head towards a campfire you can see in the distance, the orange glow dancing, shadows hopping around the landscape. You sit on a log beside the fire, its warmth gently drying you off. The fairy perches on a log beside the fire. And they converse with you about these portals, about where you've just been, what you've just seen, where you might go next. This connection between landscapes, between worlds at different times. Each portal in any one world looks just like an orb of light. But if you stretched that portal through the multiverse, it's more like a golden thread. With each orb in each universe, being more like where the golden thread pokes into that universe before poking back out of it again, almost like a golden thread weaving a single point in time in multiple universes. And you can access that golden thread by stepping into any of those orbs, accessing the points where it's weaved within a reality. And it's weaved through time. So here you're in a land of fairies and fantasy creatures. And the reason you're able to see these orbs and experience them is your curiosity driving you towards the unknown, towards wanting to learn and gain knowledge, to understand reality on a much deeper level. And the fairy pulls out a small prism, holds it on the palm of her hand, angles it just right so the light of the campfire shines through the prism, and the other side, the light becomes a rainbow. And the rainbow seems to fade into particles sparkling in the air. And she explains, that's what that thread looks like as it approaches the portal. You can uncover the thread on its travel into a dimension. And then there'll be one point where the thread will coalesce to a portal. And then the same as a weaving, as the thread moves away from that point, you can catch a glimpse of it using a prism. And she hands you that small prism. She offers you some food by this campfire and a chance to rest. And this space here is so peaceful, so calm. And you set up a camp by the fire, and the fairy has a camp by the fire, and you rest in that camp as that fire burns down to embers, and you and the fairy talk through the night until at some point, without even realizing exactly at what point, you find yourself drifting into the most pleasant sleep. And when you awaken in the morning, the fairy's gone and the fire's burned down to embers. And there's just a note telling you which direction to head through the landscape. And so you head through this landscape, following the directions on the note. And in the daytime you can see this is a vast open meadow. There are sounds of birds, the gentle rustling sound of the grasses moving in the breeze, the sight of distant trees. And you walk through this landscape. And at one point, you hear what almost sounds like a growl in the sky. And you see above the tree line a dragon flying high, circling overhead. And you've never seen a dragon before, so you don't know what to think. And so you continue on your journey. And after quite a long time of walking, eventually you stumble across a dirt track that could almost pass as a barely used road. And you follow that track, continuing on the same direction. And the sun begins to set once more. And while the sun sets and the moon starts to rise in the sky, you see silhouetted against the orangey sky what looks like a striking, tall tower, the tip of a distant palace. And So you begin to head towards that palace. And you decide you're not going to stop until you reach it. And so you walk as the sun fully sets, continue as the moon begins its journey across the sky. That sky darkening more and more as night sets in. And well into the night, you eventually begin to approach that palace. And you decide it would be rude to knock on a palace door this late at night. So when you're only a short distance from the palace, you set up camp once more. You settle down for the night, and you easily and effortlessly drift and float, so peacefully asleep. And the next morning, you pack up and make your way the short walk to that palace, and in the daytime you can see how striking the palace looks. Almost glowing white as the sunlight catches the stonework and glistens off the windows like 1,000 diamonds on each pane. Then you head up to the entrance. You knock on the door. The door opens with a creak. And the other side of the door, you see the most beautiful looking person. And she introduces herself as Queen Ruby. She's the Red Queen of the land. She was expecting you and thought you'd perhaps arrive late the night before. But she's glad you've made it here now, regardless. She says that she was told you'll be seeking something, and you won't even know you are seeking it. You will have just been driven by an unconscious drive, knowing you're looking for something, knowing you're journeying for a reason, but not having any awareness of that. And she takes you through this palace, across the echoey stone floor, down a corridor lined with rugs which dull each footstep, to a dense wooden door. You pass through that wooden door, and in the chamber the other side of the door is an old book on a plinth, and she tells you, looking into that book will give you the answers you seek that you didn't even know you were looking for. But they'll explain things to you on a deeper level than you perhaps realize. And that book smells of leather. And you carefully lift the heavy front cover. And there's writing on the first page in indistinct script. And then on the second page, you can just see your reflection. And the page is like a mirror, and yet as thin and fine as paper. And the page after that, and the page after that, and every subsequent page is a mirror. And you look at each page, working your way from the front to the back of the book. And once you've looked through the book a few times, a sense of confusion sets in, and a deep sense of curiosity, wondering about its meaning, wondering what you're supposed to gain from a book, with nothing in it that you could understand. And Queen Ruby tells you that you can meditate on its meaning and you'll find the answer you seek. And she shows you out of this room, through the palace, out to the palace gardens, to a meditation stone situated in the most beautiful Zen garden. She suggests you rest on that stone, close your eyes, and in your mind's eye imagine turning the pages of that book very slowly. And when you reach the end of the book, imagine closing the book, opening it again and turning the pages very slowly. Imagine what it feels like to do that. Imagine the process of moving your hands, handling the book, turning those pages. And so you rest on that stone. You begin to meditate in that Zen garden. And as you turn the pages of the book in your mind, occasionally you notice a glimmer of light flash on the page, as if the mirrored page catches a hint of sunlight. And perhaps it's the 7th, or maybe even the 9th, or perhaps somewhere in between time of reading that book, of going over it in your mind's eye. Each page just begins to glow with light, as if the entire page is reflecting sunlight. And once each page is glowing with light, you get an aha moment. And that glowing light begins to pass through your mind and body, connecting you with this deep understanding. As the book disappears and seems to merge within you, becoming one with you. And you have this sense of becoming light sit on that rock within that Zen garden, you suddenly know what it all means. You understand things in a whole new way. You know, without even knowing it, how this is going to shape the rest of your quest towards the future. You begin to understand on a deep, unconscious level how this new learning is going to help you relax in various situations and understand the world in a whole new, wonderful way. And after your experience, you hear a gentle chime in the background, softly bringing you out of the experience. And you see Queen Ruby tapping a bell. And when she sees that you've come round and you've understood the experience, she invites you to stay for some food, to share your newfound learning. And after sharing that newfound learning, and enjoying that food, you're shown to a bedroom with the most comfortable bed. You rest down on that bed and begin to drift asleep. And after a few moments of drifting asleep, you hear a tinkling sound in the background. You light a candle beside the bed. You lift up that prism. You see the light split into the colours of a rainbow. The way that rainbow reaches out and sparkles, illuminating the path to the next portal. You get out of bed and follow that path to the next portal. You see in the gardens of this palace a sundial, and at the moment it's night time with the moon overhead. And you head over to that sundial and you touch the tip of the sundial, and like clockwork you can hear cogs whirring. The sundial moves aside to reveal a portal beneath that sundial. And you drop down into the portal and find yourself landing in a familiar landscape. A beautiful countryside landscape, just a short distance from your home. And you follow a familiar route home, realizing you've learned everything you're supposed to learn here now. You've understood the connection between the multiverse and the thread that weaves them together. And you head home to your own bed. And as you enter your front door, you find a letter from that fairy telling you she's shown you the way home, and that you now know everything you need to know to explore reality in a whole new way. And you head up to bed. You settle down in bed, and it takes you no effort at all to drift and float. So peacefully, so comfortably relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And as you comfortably fall asleep, a small robot begins to wake up. And the robot is lying beneath a large old oak tree, its branches stretching wide overhead, its leaves rustling gently in an early morning breeze, the light carefully filtering down through the branches, dancing on the ground below, and meandering with each gentle gust of wind across the robot's smooth metal shell. And beads of dew gently gather and coalesce before running and finding a path in tiny droplets down the metal shell of the robot. Some of those beads, as they fall, catching glints of sunlight, sparkling like tiny diamond droplets. And as the small robot rests there, just observing the world around them, feeling the grass beneath their feet, how cool and gentle that grass is. A soft humming begins within their chest, carefully rising and falling, almost like the robot is beginning to breathe as it wakes up to the most beautiful morning, listening to the sounds of birds singing in the distance, before after a while turning their head, looking around, watching the way the waves of wind dance across the top of the grasses, the moving flashes of colour as wildflowers waddle on the spot. watching as butterflies and bees begin their day, flitting from plant to plant. And the robot continues to observe this place, almost as if it's calibrating to work out how it should move and where it should move to. They have this feeling like they should be able to remember who they are. Yet no name comes to mind. Just a gentle presence, a gentle sense of being in the moment. And the robot looks around and notices a small caterpillar crawling across a nearby leaf, and incredibly delicately the robot reaches up with its metal arm, reaches out with a metal finger, and very carefully touches the underside of that leaf. Its sensors in the fingertips registering the soft waxiness of the leaf. And the robot stands and begins to walk away from the tree, walking out into the sunlight. The slightest hint of mist as the water evaporates from its body. And walking on that soft ground, the feet pushing through the grasses. The robot's eyes widen as they observe this world around them. And they're unsure of their past, just aware of this moment, curious where they came from, how they came to be underneath the tree, awakening now. In this most beautiful, calming landscape. And while they walk through the meadow, they begin to hear the distant sound of running water, softly flowing down a stream. And they walk through this meadow, veering off towards the sound. And as they approach the stream, so they notice the way the sunlight catches the surface of the water, beads of light dancing and shimmering to the sound of that flowing water. Ripples moving their way to shore, waves meandering around rocks, and the robot continues on along the edge of the stream. Following a narrow path that weaves and winds along the edge of that stream. The sun's light rising higher in the sky. The sounds of nature increasing in volume as more creatures come out as the day progresses. And they continue on the edge of this stream, feeling comfortably relaxed, curious where their journey will take them. Until eventually, as the afternoon sets in, the path along the edge of the stream carefully widens. They can see a bridge off in the distance, and the stream begins to widen. And as the stream gently widens, so the water seems to carefully slow down. And they find their way to a patch of weathered stones. And the stones don't just look weathered by nature or time, but by frequent use over many years. And as the robot walks up onto one of those stones, there's a slight clanging sound of those steps from the soft ground to the solid stone. They climb onto that stone. They crouch down on that stone. They imagine centuries of people coming here, sitting down and meditating. And so, like those centuries of people meditating in the past, they close their eyes. They focus their ears on the sound of the stream, focusing on the fine detail in the sound, almost hearing every aspect of that sound, while feeling the warmth of the sun on their body, noticing the gentle glow through their closed eyes. Feeling the occasional sense of the breeze as it flows around their metal cheeks, through their metal nostrils, around their body, and the way the breeze flows around the robot creates a very slight echoing sound from within the robot. And the robot tries focusing on whether that's due to the breeze getting internal whether it's just the vibrations internally caused by the breeze softly buffeting its outer body. And as the robot relaxes and meditates there, so they focus on the idea of the different animals within the meadow, their lives, their routines, their part in the greater whole. They focus on the gentle movements of plants, of the trees, and the way that all things here are connected. And as they drift and dream and float into the most pleasant meditation, so they decide to mimic meditation practices of old. Allowing the pistons and mechanics around their artificial facial muscles to soften and relax. And they allow that relaxation of their various artificial parts to spread down through their neck to their shoulders, down their back, down their chest, their front, down their sides and stomach and lower back, and relaxation spreading down through the arms. Curious which arm the relaxation spreads down fastest as they drift deeper and deeper into their first and only remembered meditative experience. As the relaxation continues flowing, so calmly, so softly, down into their legs, softening and relaxing through their whole body, as if reprogramming their circuitry, and bringing peace and calm to the soles of their feet. And as they continue to relax and drift with the meditation, hearing the sounds around them, feeling a deep sense of peace and calm, they drift into robot dreams. And as their mind explores these electronic dreams, they explore what it means to be aware, to exist, as if perhaps this is their first day, and perhaps that's why they have no memory of anything prior to today. They're just here and in the moment. And the robot absorbs themselves so deeply in the experience, in this meditation. And they almost have this sense of genuinely drifting into dreams in their mind, into fantasy lands they've never seen or explored before. And as they drift, so their mind begins to visualize. At first, there's just a slight glow from the light of the sun shining on their eyes. But out of that soft glow, they imagine themselves drifting through space, floating through time, finding their way to an unknown planet. They find themselves in their mind, settling onto that planet and relaxing, and encountering curious creatures, wondrous beings. They see a dragon flying in the air, so enormous yet so graceful. They see some unicorn grazing in a field, their horns almost sparkling and shining with the most perfect white light. They walk through the landscape on this strange planet. They see a lake, and flying over the water on that lake, casting sparkling, glowing light on the lake below, are fairies, almost humming with tinkling bells. And one of the fairies flies over to them, waves a magic wand around them. They notice a sparkling light spreading, circling, wrapping around them from their feet, up through their body, until it extends beyond their head. And with that sparkling light they notice a tingle, so calming, so pleasant, tingling through their feet, their legs, gradually up through their body to the top of their head, as if electricity is gently sparkling through them. And as it clears, they feel different. As they take their first steps, something about walking feels different. Everything they see looks different. They walk to the water's edge and gaze into the calm water. And they see that they've become a real human. They touch their face with their hands while looking into the lake. feeling their cheeks, their eyebrows, the shape of their nose, feeling around their ears, touching their hair, admiring what they look like as a human. And they feel a rumbling in their stomach, a slight aching. They don't understand. The fairy informs them that's hunger. And the fairy guides them towards a cabin in the woods. The fairy knocks on the cabin, and a cat-like being answers the door, invites them in, and prepares them some food. And they sit by the log fire and begin eating that food, and find it an almost overwhelming experience at first, adapting to the sensation of eating food, to genuinely experiencing the tastes. Previously, they'd only understood taste and smell through computer programs and logical concepts, of which receptors get triggered when scent particles enter the body. Or when particles leading to taste enter the mouth. And the whole experience was logical, rational. Very different from this current experience they're having. This almost visceral experience, this subjective experience, an experience almost too difficult to put into words. And they notice the curious way that consuming the food dulls the ache. But after a while they get another ache. And the fairy explains that one is your body telling you to stop and relax. And so they stop eating. And while they rest there, they feel the warmth of the fire, gently massaging their cheeks, the softness of the seat they're resting in. How profound this experience is, how subjective the experience is. And after a while of resting here, talking with the owner of this cabin and with the fairy, they begin to yawn, and the yawn takes them by surprise, as they don't know what that experience was. They'd never yawned as a robot. And it's explained to them. This is tiredness, and it can sometimes happen after eating. Sometimes from deep relaxation. And sometimes just because it's now time to recharge. Not just to recharge the body, but the mind. And they're invited to stay the night. And they're shown through to the most comfortable looking room. And they climb onto the bed, feeling the softness of that bed. They rest back on the bed. And it doesn't take much for them to drift and float, so peacefully, so relaxed asleep. And the next morning they awaken, still tucked deeply within this dream. They experience their first morning as a human, experiencing their first time of needing the loo, and how unexpected that feeling is. Of their body responding with salivation and other physical responses to the smell of the cooking breakfast, to the smell of drinks being made, the way their heart almost flutters slightly, to the sounds of nature from outside, and the deep sense of peace from the kindness of strangers. And they enjoy their morning. And the fairy recommends they set off and explore for a while, explore what it's like to be a human out on a walk, to have the very human experience of listening to nature, of smelling wildflowers, of feeling what the ground feels like beneath the feet. And so after breakfast, they set off to explore the landscape. As they continue to drift deeper and deeper into their mind, and they notice the strange sensation after hours of walking, of the legs getting tired, they notice that overwhelming urge to stop and sit, to take stock and enjoy the environment. And after a while, as night sets in here, They find themselves lying down, relaxing, on a bed of grass in the meadow, watching the stars overhead as they gently twinkle, until their eyes carefully close. They drift deeper and deeper asleep. And eventually morning creeps round, and they awaken, still meditating on that stone, hearing how sounds have changed, feeling deeply relaxed. And as they continue on, following the stream, a part of their mind is preoccupied with their first ever dream. Curious what they can learn from the dream, what the dream was teaching them, and how much freedom is contained within a dream. And they explore in their mind while walking what it means to be conscious, whether dreaming like that, and exploring the subjective experiences in life helps to give them a subjective understanding on their sensory experiences as a robot. They assume they were designed to dream. And as they continue exploring, so they explore their mind also, learning what they can about the nature of existence, of sentience. They stop and watch butterflies flit from flower to flower, birds singing in the trees, caterpillars crawling around on the plants, bees walking around the face of plants, really learning and exploring and wondering, how does conscious experience and self-awareness differ from one being to another? How do they know if they are a conscious, sentient being, or just following programming, and maybe just responding in a way that's very predictable? And they try and compare their lived experience with the experience they had in the dream while meditating deeply. And the whole time they ponder the question of consciousness. They feel compelled to continue to walk a certain route, and eventually this route, leading around the stream, which is getting wider and wider and becoming more of a river, seems to flow down towards the lights of a town. And so they head to the lights of that town, and on arrival at the town they're welcomed with open arms as the latest robot to find themselves. They realise this is a town of sentient robots, all of whom have been through a very similar experience, all of whom had to find themselves and learn and understand in new ways. And they get shown to where they'll be living. They get spoken to about the different roles that different robots have, and that there'll be an expectation for them to take on a role in the community, to work at finding their identity, to find what they're good at, what they like to spend their time doing. And when it gets to night time again, and after their time of mixing and mingling, they head to their home here. They settle down in bed, and they drift and float so peacefully, so calmly, so relaxed into Slumberland.